In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie, Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Hey Leonard, hey Leonard. Thank you for being here, my mod Leonard. Hey, a view is a view. Oh, shall I say a coloring view. Grand Rising, I hope you had a fabulous weekend. So, let's get into this news. Now, I'm pretty sure if we are adults, all of us have seen these things that they call war correspondents, cover wars on the many wars. If you go and if you pull up the Vietnam War, you see footage from what war correspondents that are implanted with the troops that are letting you know what is going on in these wars. Are you curious as to why you do not see this going on in this Donald Trump uh, war that he lied the United States into? I am really curious why we never see any 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 news persons have boots on the ground. You know, it's reminiscent of what we saw in Palestine. I know a lot of you people slept on Palestine. I know a lot of people paid no attention what was going on in Palestine. The atrocities that went on in Palestine because you were too busy with unimportant stuff. But like I've always been saying, there's going to come a time when there is something that you want to protest. There is going to come a time. It just really, it really is interesting how black people who have had so many of their civil rights clawed back since January of last year still sit back in the comfort of this not my fight. No, this was the fight of your ancestors. That's whose fight it was. This is the fight of your children and your grandchildren, because they're going to have to try to fight to get it back. Or unless they're like you, unless they're just going to sit back and say, oh, this isn't my fight. Oh, take what you want from me. Hey, Clever Lane, welcome to the show. I hope you hit the like button. Hope you enjoyed the show. Hope you subscribe, tell a friend, and let's get into this conversation. It is good to have you here. Hope you had a fabulous weekend. I've never seen a war like this. I have never seen a war where there have been no media on the ground to show you what your actual troops are going through. I've never seen a war where if there are obvious lies just being spewed out by a feeble-minded president. I've never seen a war where some nursery rhymes, warrior fighting rhetoric is read off a fucking color book that Pete Kegbreath has in front of him because he can't even remember these simple as warrior fighters, fierce killing, and all of these bullshit nursery rhymes that he gives as a war report. I've never seen anything like this in my entire life. But, this is the same Pete Kegbreath who talked about everything in the military is going to be based on merit when he has absolutely no merit. This is the same Pete Kegbreath that talked about meritocracy. No, I mean Kegbreath. I mean what I said, Chuck. I mean what I said. Let's talk about Mary Talk. He took C.J. Brown, who was the 4-star general, who was over the Joint Chief of Staff. You always hear me say this. A 4-star general. I think there were 4 black 4-star generals that lost their ranking. And he has not given you not one reason. He refused to give the reason. He says because they serve at the honor of the president. But he has given you no reason. And without these 4-star generals in place, with him putting a unqualified 3-star general, you have heard me say this time and time again. He took a 4-star general with a superior military record and replaced him with a weak chin 3-star general, a general who walks in the room with his chin on his chest. He replaced him with that. He was unqualified. He was a 3-star general that just got his qualifications about 2 months ago. And he's been in the job since January. And he just got up to snuff to do the job around 2 months ago. 3 months at tops. This is who took his place. This is who's walking in the room behind this nut job with all of this bullshit warrior ethos, and we're gonna be killing machines, and we're not gonna have any harbor. That's a military crime to harbor to not harbor people who are injured. We are going to show them no harbor, or what else? What is it? Something else. That's a military crime. And you got the person who is over your entire military telling you that he's going to tell your military, who has a $1 trillion budget of your tax dollars, to commit military crimes. Now, if you didn't watch what was going on in Palestine, they didn't allow any press into Palestine because they didn't want you to see what was going on in Palestine. Kind of like what America is doing now in Iran. They are not allowing any military in. You notice that? Do you notice that? What is going on in the the press in the Pentagon. You know, the Pentagon threw out all of the press that would not sign a NDA, saying that they would not report any stories that had not been pre-approved by the Pentagon. And no real news agency wanted to sign that. So the Pentagon press is full of nut jobs like YouTube influencers and racist big bird, big nose Laura Loomer. Laura Loomer has the press desk in the Pentagon that used to belong to the Washington Post. You know, the same Laura Loomer who always used to talk about Michelle Obama looking like a ape. You know, the same Laura Loomer that called from Kamala Harris to any black woman, Letitia, and all of these ghetto names. You know, that's who's working in the Washington Post news desk at the Pentagon. This racist bitch. Let's talk. Let's talk about racism. Why did she have a jet desk in the Pentagon? Because look who's over the Pentagon, a white nationalist, Christian nationalist, Pete Kegbreath, whose pastor I've shown you many a time said that slavery wasn't inherently bad. His pastor said slavery wasn't inherently bad. Now, do you wonder why 4-star generals lost their ranking? Do you wonder why the 4-star admiral who was over the military, when they were striking those fishing boats over there talking about they were narco drug terrorists, do you wonder why he retired into the first year into his 3-year term of that position? They said that he just suddenly decided to be in the military all his life, make such a high ranking in the military, a 3-year position, and all of a sudden he quit his first year because he stood up to Kegbreath, and he told him that no, we're not going to be striking these boats. And Kegbreath demanded that he retire. He didn't retire because he wanted to work his whole life and reach the highest heights in the military, just retire because somebody wanted to commit military crimes. Okay, we've talked about that already. Random pipe layer. Oh my God. They didn't want Kamala, and now America is screwed. I'm no victim. I'm a victimizer. Get it straight. You have the wrong channel. Do these updates daily, please. Very good content. I do them daily. I've been doing these updates for over 2 years. Some people are new to the game, but I've been doing these updates for over 2 years. So let's get back to the racism in this military. Are we going to forget about how they erased all black history from all of the libraries, from Jackie Robinson, all of the accomplished black soldiers that served in the military, all of the infamous and famous black soldiers, from Marcus Garvey. These are people that this administration went and scrubbed from the military records. They took people like Harriet Tubman out of the military library. This is how bad. Until people complained about it. Hey, outspoken one. Until people said something about it. So let's go see what. Why am I talking about this today? Let's see, why am I talking about this today? I will tell you why. Let me share this with you. This article. And I'm sure you can find it anywhere yourself. Let me enlarge this print. It's so small, or I'm so blind. Something's going on. Here is your guy, Keg Breath. Uh, Pete Keg Breath has removed 2 black and 2 female officers from the Army promotion list. Okay, let's not forget about how he feels that women should not be in combat. Let's not forget how his pastors feel that women should not even have the right to vote. So understand, when you hear Pete Kegbreath has removed 2 black and 2 women officers from the Army promotion list, let that sink in. Defense Secretary the Secretary of War. No, it's the Defense Secretary. All of these, all of your media that sits up and play into this bullshit talking about the Secretary of War. That is a made up name. The name of the Defense Secretary. That name can only be changed by Congress. So it's really interesting that this media that has been bought up by monopolies of oligarchs that want to tell you a specific story and keep the truth away from you actually calls this the Department of War. No, it is the Defense Department, first of all. Okay, Defense Department Secretary Pete Kegbreath has personally blocked 4 Army officers from becoming 1-star generals. You he has uh taken away he has retired 4-star generals. He's taking their ranking away from 4-star generals, and now he's not letting black and female officers even get 1 star. So, if you have no ranking in the military, what what is it will you be doing in the military? If you are someone in the military with low or no ranking, what is the possible way that you will be serving in the military? Would you be some of these frontline officers? Will you be some of these boots on the ground? Will you be some of these people who are coming back in flag drape coffins? Is this who you'll be? Yes, this is who you'll be. The number of black soldiers that died in Vietnam is atrocious. So now I remember doing the story because it was newsworthy when it came out that this administration has decided that they are going to automatically enroll people into the selective services at the age of 18 automatically. And then a fur a fur-coated tongue motherfucker who wants to act as if RonyiQ don't know what she's talking about. People sign up. People are supposed to sign up for the selected service when they're 18 anyway. I know this is a motherfucker who went in the service because he was hunting down dick in a way to get out of that deplorable, destitute back back road Louisiana town that he lived in, sharing the same remote control to jack off his dick that his grandmama used to rub her clit on, that, as they watched the same porn. Let's be real clear. This is somebody who looked for the military to rescue out of his condition. And he is saying it is no big deal that the government is automatically signing people up to be in the military. It's no big deal to you because the military was your rescue. But it may have been a big deal for people who don't want to go to the military, who don't want to fight these bullshit fights. And then the motherfucker had the audacity to say, it's not like we are going to go to no war. Trump is saying he's not going to be sending people to a war. He was also a dummy. He was also a dummy of sitting up here professing of the greatness of Donald Trump and why Donald Trump should be reelected into office. But he said all of this to tell black people that RonyiQ did not know what she was talking about. So now you have your children are going to be automatically enlisted into the selected service the moment that they turn 18. Do you wonder if Barron Trump is going to be enlisted into the special services at 18? Now, we're not going to get into these forever wars, but what is 4547 saying? When he can't even win this war, Cuba's next. He's already setting his sights on another war. Cuba is next. Let me see what you guys are saying. Good morning, Nappy Child. It's good to see you. Good morning, Foot Soldier. It is good to see you as well. Now, let's get to what Keg Breath is doing. Let's get back to it. Since we are clear on who they are trying to put in harm's way for these fights. Okay. Defense Secretary Pete Kegbreath has personally blocked 4 Army officers from becoming one-star generals. 2 are black and 2 are women, and the reasons emerging from inside the Pentagon are raising serious questions about what actually is driving these decisions. Did you guys hear about that? Let me know if you guys heard about that. According to the New York Times, based on interviews with 11 current and former military and administration officials, Kegbreath struck 4 names from the list, which was being put together after a competitive board process in November of 2024. Only about 5% of eligible colonels ever make it to general, which means that these were already among the best officers in service. Kegbreath has made his goal clear since he arrived at the Pentagon, that he wanted to roll back what he called a woke culture that developed during the Biden administration. It developed during the Biden administration. In his 2024 book, The War on Warriors, he has criticized officers who were promoted under former Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin III, the first defense secretary who was a black man, by calling them cowards hiding under stars, as he folds a pocket a handkerchief and put it in the pockets in his coat jacket pocket, because those are the only stars that he has on his fucking chest. Have you seen the number of stars and bars that Lloyd Austin, that C.J. Brown have on their chests? While this fool folds up a pocket square. So the stars will be above the line of the pocket. Those are his stars on his chest. He said he called them cowards hiding under stars. Really? People who I'll tell you who Lloyd Austin is. I have played this many a times as well. He also wrote, "The left captured the military quickly, and we must reclaim it at a faster pace." The military is had been, notoriously a place where black soldiers could not advance, where it was always harder for black enlisted people to become colonels, generals, and all of that. And he said, we're going to take it rapidly back. Okay. Why were they removed from the Army promotion list? According to the New York Times, one of the officers who is a black armor officer were flagged because he had written an academic paper almost 15 years ago. In that paper, he studied why African American officers have often chosen support roles instead of frontline combat positions, even though the paper was just an analysis of a known trend. It was later used against him. Another officer, who is a female logistics officer, and has served in Afghanistan during the difficult 2021 withdrawal, military officials told the New York Times that she did her job well under very tough conditions. However, Kegsev has blamed officers involved in that operation, calling it disastrous and embarrassing, and saying he wants to hold them responsible no matter how well they individually perform. He wants to hold them responsible because they were there. You know how you have Kakai Patel firing FBI agents because their job was to do raids, the Mar-a-Lago raids. Their job was to work on investigations. That was their job, that were investigating 45, 47, how all of these FBI agents have lost their jobs, how Kakai Patel even has fired all of the people who has all of the information about how Iran inner workings work and how they hack into systems. Kakai Patel has fired all of them the week before we went into these strikes with Iran because of what they worked on regarding investigating 45, 47. And now we're at how apropos is it that now Kakai Patel, a personal email, has been hacked by Iranians? Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that poetry in motion? How apropos, how funny is it that the week before the war, he fired all the specialists in Iran and in this area of specialties as well. Now all of his motherfucking emails have been hacked. Okay, I digress. Now, he wants to, now Kegbreath wants to punish her because she was stationed there in 2021 when they were pulling out in Afghanistan, and it was embarrassing. So if you were there, you don't deserve to get any ranking. This is the same Pete Kegbreath who went to 45, 47 at the end of his term as he was working as a weekend co-host of one of four co-hosts on a weekend Fox show, and he solicited 45, 47 to do what? To pardon three of his little buddies who were there when what happened? When war crimes happened. He was the Kegbreath who went to 45, 47 in his first administration to beg for pardons of her. I believe two of them had been already found guilty of war crimes. And because Kegbreath went to 45, 47, they got pardons for what? For their war crimes. for their war what? Crimes. But he is not allowing this woman to get 1 star because she was there. He doesn't care how they performed individually. Let that sink in. This is who's over $1 trillion budget. Okay, let's go a little further. Let me see. Is there more? I think that's enough. I think that says it all. I'm going to drop this link right here. This link is going to be link number 1 in my description box, and I will drop the link in the chat as well. So we can keep this going. All of the links will be in my description box. If you would like to avail yourself to the link, this is going to be number 1 in the description box under links used in this broadcast. Okay? Again, just keep it simple. Okay. Let me see what you guys are saying. I hope it's something worthwhile. I'm curious, did anybody hear about that? Let me see what you're talking about. Hey, Baron, it's good to see you. Starboy the Night. Okay, let me see. We had a drone wandering around in Finland yesterday. They don't even know for who it belongs to, Ukraine or Russia. Iran is testing a group for equipments. Iran is now using a Chinese satellite system so US can't sabotage it. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't hear anything about that. But they're using somebody's system because we do know that Russia and China is helping them. And isn't it curious that Russia, all the sanctions have been pulled off of Russia, and Russia is making money hand over fist as Russia helps the Iranians get information that could harm our our soldiers. Isn't that interesting? But hey. This is the government that some people put in place. I hope they are happy with themselves. Okay, so let me see what we have. What else I have I wanted to speak about today. Oh, I have the second story. Let me drop that link for you. It's a Heels article on that same topic. It is Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth reportedly blocked the promotion of 2 black and 2 female Army officers to be 1-star general. The New York Times reported Friday that Hegseth, for months, pressed senior Army leaders, including Secretary Dan Driscoll, to remove the officer's name, but was repeatedly refused. Then earlier this month, Hegseth struck the names from the list, which is being reviewed by the White House before being sent to the Senate for final approval. Wait a minute, you guys. Now, I may want to share this one with you. This is a more comprehensive look at the story. Let's go here. One second, I gotta sneeze. Thank you. Okay, let's finish reading this. Asked about the report, Pentagon spokesperson, Sean Purnell, called it full of fake news from anonymous sources. Isn't that what Keckbreath used during his confirmation when asked hard questions about if he beat his wife and all of these other rape allegations? Fake news is fake news from anonymous sources. It's a lot of fake news from anonymous sources. Wasn't that his favorite reply to all the uh dastardly shit that he had been up to at his confirmation hearing? How many times did you hear fake news from anonymous sources who have no idea what they're talking about and are far removed from actual decision makers within the Pentagon, said the spokesperson for Kegbreath. He did not address Kegbreath's decision to pull the 4 officers from the promotion list, only saying that promotions are given to those who have earned them. And I guess that what he is saying, since he took the black officers and the women officers off of the list, there is no way that they could have earned them. Well, look at them. They're black and they're women. Duh. They don't earn no promotion. That's all I get from that. Kegbreath move has raised questions as to whether the 4 officers targeted were removed because their race or gender. The promotion list consists of roughly 3 dozen officers, most of whom are white men, but also contains a few female and black officers, senior military officials told the Times. The decision also comes after a tense exchange between Kegbreath Chief of Staff Ricky Bura and Driscoll about the separate promotion for Major General Antoinette Grant, a combat engineer who served in Iraq and Afghanistan, to head the military district of Washington. Grant, who is black, will be leading a command that provides security and performs ceremonial duties in Washington, D.C., often appearing alongside the sitting president at Arlington National Cemetery. Burera told Driscoll that that President Trump would not want to stand next to a black female officer at military events. 3 current and former defense and administration officials familiar with the exchange told the Times. Not one person, not 2 people, but 3 people said that Vieira told Driscoll that the president wouldn't want to stand next to a black female officer at military events. 3 people told the New York Times. Driscoll reportedly replied, "The president is not a racist or a sexist." Really? Driscoll reportedly replied, "The president is not a racist or a sexist." I, I, hey, we can all agree to disagree. And Kegbreath's office eventually relented. Grant began serving in the role last summer, so she was allowed. He finally relented. He was so against it, but he's not going to relent anymore. I'm just, since the story came out, I am waiting for the day where she is removed from her position. Because obviously he did not want her in the position. So let's see if she keeps her position. I can see him throwing a tantrum and removing her from her position since the story is out. That's what I can see. Okay, now where am I? Grant began serving in the role last summer and was promoted to 2-star general earlier this month, according to the outlet. Burera called the story completely false. Whoever placed this made-up story is clearly trying to sow division among our ranks in the department and the administration. It's not going to work. And it will never work when this department is led by clear-eyed, mission-driven leaders, unfazed by Washington gossip, Vieira said in a statement to The Hill. Since taking the role of Pentagon chief last year, Kegbreath has sought to combat what he called woke ideologies, including programs and policies that support diversity, equity, and inclusion in the ranks. Earlier in his job, the former Fox News host fired without explanation Joint Chief of Staff General C.Q. Brown, only the second African American to serve in the role, as well as the first female Chief of Naval Operations, uh, Admiral Elisa Franchetti, and a handful of other senior officers who were black or women. I think they were mostly just black. He has also removed Air Force Lieutenant General Jennifer Short, who served as a senior military assistant to the Secretary of Defense, Vice Admiral uh, Chatfield, the sole female flag officer on NATO Military Committee, and relocated from her post Vice Admiral Yvette Davis, the first female superintendent of the Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland. In total, Kegbreath has either fired or sidelined at least 24 generals and admirals, the Time found. He has also directed an overhaul on how officers are selected for promotion in a process led by retired General Anthony Tata, and the head of the Pentagon's personnel officer, who has a history of Islamophobic comments. What? What? The head of the Pentagon personnel office, who has a history of Islamophobic comments. How apropos for this administration. Trump, in his first term, nominated Tata to head the Pentagon Policy Office, after which he denounced his Islamophobic remarks and a controversial comment he made about Democratic lawmakers and former President Obama, but he was never confirmed by the Senate. The promotion also, since he couldn't get confirmed by the Senate for that position, Kegbreath puts him in another position where he is in charge of the protocol for what future officers who are going to advance through the military. What protocol must they have? I'm pretty sure they can't be like President Obama, a black Muslim. They want to say that Obama. I think that Obama says that he's a Christian, though. But they love to say that Barack Obama is a Muslim. That's what they identify Barack Obama as. Okay, so are we clear? The promotion overhaul work include reforms to the promotion and job selection process, with a mandate that the Defense Department not consider sex, race, or ethnicity when considering individuals for promotion, command, or special job duty. The 4 officers whom Kegbreath and his aides ordered Driscoll to remove from promotion list included a black armor officer and combat veteran targeted because of a paper he wrote nearly 15 years ago. I told you about that. The female logistic officers, I told you about that. It is unclear why the 2 other officers, one in logistics and the other in a finance specialist, were pulled from the list. Well, if it's a finance specialist that is a black or a woman, or God forbid, a black woman, there's no way that they want a black or a female woman going through the $1 trillion budget, who specializes in finance. Pete Kegbreath, who bankrupt the last veterans services nonprofits that he worked in. One so horribly, they had to have a forensic accounting come in and try to figure out the books because he fucked off that money so badly. Now he got $1 trillion budget. He got to be careful who is allowed to look at these finances. Capiche? You understand? This is also going to be under. I'll put this under number 1 in the description box too because it is a part of the same story. Let's move forward. There is more that I want to talk to you about. Guess who didn't show up for the big party, the big CPAC party? Guess who didn't show up for CPAC? Your president. You know, CPAC, that right wing shindig that they have every year to say all of the racist, silly shit that they say every year at CPAC. You know, CPAC where Elon Musk showed up last year with that big chainsaw. Seems like 45, 47 didn't even bother to show up. And not only 45, 47, if you would have saw how empty that hall was, how empty those seats were at for CPAC. So this will be number 2 in my description box. The head of CPAC. You know the head of CPAC. Are you guys familiar with the head of CPAC? The head of CPAC, some right-wing nut job who comes out talking all of this bullshit that he does not live up to, who they have, found out that he has had some really peculiar situations and relationship with young men. You know him? You know the married billionaire who runs CPAC and wants you to believe that he's a Christian and all this and blah, 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 blah. And it has come out that he has been having peculiar relationships, shall we say, uh, with young men. Sure. Let me remind you who he is. I will remind you who he is if you are not familiar with the CPAC hypocrite. He is the CPAC chair. Let me share this with you. Y'all don't remember him? You'll remember him when you see him. Sure, you remember him. He's going to ask the audience a question. And listen to what the audience says. Listen how the audience answer the question. I think he didn't expect this answer from the audience. So he tells them, no, 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 that's not what you mean. And he asks the question again, and he gets the exact same answer. He asked, should the president be impeached?
How many of you would like to see impeachment hearings? No. That was the wrong answer. Let me try it again. How many of you would like to see impeachment hearings? No. Can someone bring some coffee out for the CPAC?
I know.
We've got to keep this.
Can somebody bring some coffee out? The people are sleeping. If somebody got to bring coffee out at a convention that used to be balls to the wall, full of excitement, people running through all excited and raving with all their red, white, and blue and stars and striped shirts and hats and all of this shit on. It's full with a bunch of old half-dead white nationalists. This is what CPAC was full of. Half full of. It wasn't full. I say it was 1/4% full of. Bring some coffee out. Wake up these old people.
This House majority. How many of you agree with that? How many of you would like to see impeachment hearings? No, that was the wrong answer. Let me try it again. How many of you would like to see impeachment hearings? No. Can someone bring some coffee out for the people to sit back?
I know.
We've got to keep this House majority. How many of you agree with that? How many of you would like?
Yeah, so there's the answer to that question. Let me see. There's something else. Has your president done anything about your beef? I'm just curious if you know if something has been done to improve your beef. Let's talk about what you may not know about your beef. Hey, Sabar. Hey, Detach. It's good to see you. Why is the Trump the Trump allegation being ignored by mainstream media? What a shock by the racists in charge. Who is familiar with what's going on with your beef? The beef that that the United States is bringing in from Argentina to help save the Argentine farmer, while U.S. beef, people who are raising U.S. beef can't even get their beef to market. So, China suspends beef imports from 7 firms in top supplier countries. Which countries are they? Are you curious which countries that even China that says no? We will not use this beef. From what countries? Let's see. Beijing, March 3rd. China Customs authorities suspended beef imports from 7 companies in Brazil. Brazil is also a company where the United States get their beef from. Argentina, Uruguay, and Mongolia on Monday, amid record imports last year that led to a oversupply and heavy losses at farms. In a notice on its website, China General Administration of Customs said that it has suspended the import declaration from 2 Argentine exporter, Frigito Regional General Las Aras SA and Friro Doc SA. These Please excuse me as I butchered the names of these companies. These 3 Brazilian suppliers, Fisker, Frigito, and Bonomart, whatever. Okay. I thought this is... Okay, here we go. JBS. Who is JBS? I did a story how JBS is the largest beef beef oh my god processing plant in the United States. JBS from Brazil that has is on the stock exchange, even though the brothers who own JBS beef have been convicted of bribery, have served time for bribery, unfair business practices, washing off contaminated meat and still selling it. It is the number one beef plant in the United States. JBS declined to comment, referring to the Brazilian Association of Meat Exporting Industries, IBEC, which represents the sector. According to IBEC, all companies involved failed to meet Chinese requirements for the registration of foreign establishment though their association did not elaborate further. IBEC said it was in discussions with relevant authorities to resolve the matter. Okay, that's the one that I wanted to In 2024, China imported a record 2.87 million metric tons of beef, custom data showed. The surge in imports has heightened the risk of trade measures by Beijing, which could affect major suppliers Brazil, Argentina, and Australia, and the United States. The industry is awaiting the official results of the investigation expected later this year. So I thought there was more to the story. I think I pulled up the wrong one. I think I pulled up the wrong story. Oops, I'm sorry. Let's keep going. I put up the wrong story. Now, there is something else that I would like to share with you. Let's get to it. Doom, 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 doom. Yes, Jeopardy theme song plays. Now, let me share a little information about what is the newest thing that is going on in this war. If you are not familiar with it, let's get into some things that you may not be familiar with that are going on in the war. Shall we? Why not? Now, now, I found this quite intriguing. This little short. Uh, I think we're right here. I think I will. Hold on one second. My goodness. Hold on one second. Let me share this with you. Hmm. Hold on one second. That's weird. I apologize. Jesus. Let me try this way. Let me try to share this with you this way. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. This is weird. I apologize. I guess I didn't have it figured out. Okay. But let's go here. Let's go here. Shall we? I had figured out how to play this, but I'm having trouble playing this video. Bye, Richard. Let me share this with you. Oh, here we go. I found it. I apologize. Okay. I found it. Okay. Let me share my screen with you. I apologize for that. Let's go. There are some things that I want to share with you. So let's get to it. Let's get into these videos that I pulled for you. Now, this is Colin Powell, a former, I believe he was his Colin Powell's or former chief of staff, and he is giving details about how things are really going in Iraq. And he is saying that there has been no time that he has seen anything like what is going on in the decision making that is going on with people who are fighting a war. So let me share that with you.
I also read in Haaretz, the only newspaper basically I read because Bibi doesn't own it like he does all the rest of them. 5,768 Israelis are admitted to hospitals. And then it went on to say that all have come home except 117. I wonder if they came home to be buried or to go back home. It's bad. It really is bad. Iran started out hitting military targets, which was their custom. That's what they did in the 12-day war back in June. Military targets only. Now, as Arachi so incredibly detailed, with all the targets that Israel and the United States have hit, largely from outside of Iran. Another lie is that we have air supremacy over Iran. We do not. We're launching most of these weapons from outside Iran. We're launching glide bombs, we're launching JDAMs, we're launching missiles and such. We aren't flying over Iran because we do not have air supremacy over Iran. So what they're doing now is matching Israel blow for blow. They're going after other things. They started with the oil facilities at Haifa and hit it with the Khorramshahm missile that almost destroyed the place. I think what we're looking at right now, if Iran continues this, we're looking at an existential situation for Israel. Israel is going to be aflame. It's going to be burning. All of its people are going to be underground in bomb shelters, unable to come out, unable to move. And that's a very dangerous situation, in my view. I think other people are coming around, in my view. It's a very dangerous situation because Bibi Netanyahu is going to feel like he has to use a nuclear weapon in order to get out of this. Iran, in short, is destroying the state of Israel right now. Methodically, blow by blow, missile by missile, Israel has run out of, or almost run out of, the key missiles to shoot back. They're trying to husband what they have because they don't know what's coming, and I can tell them what's coming. There are still probably 10,000 missiles yet to be fired, maybe more than that. So Israel is being methodically destroyed, and we're standing by and watching it, and so is Netanyahu. I don't think he's too happy about it, and one wonders what he does think about it, because it is becoming more and more apparent, even to his own people. The IDF chief, the mayors whose towns and villages are getting hit, the other people in the structure who understand what's happening to them, even if they only see this little segment of it, because Netanyahu closes down all communications and won't let people talk to each other, won't let newspaper people in there, TV people in there. You can't get into Israel to examine exactly what's happening, but it is so widespread now and so prolific that it's impossible to hide.
Okay, I just wanted to show you. This is what an experienced military person is saying about what I've already told you last week, that they are not allowing cameras into Israel because they do not want people to see the carnage that is going on in Israel. Now, I had so many people told me I didn't know what I was talking about. No, you don't know what you're talking about. There's cameras in Israel all the time. So now let's talk about your president always saying that he is in negotiation with someone. Who is your president always in negotiation with? He can never name these negotiators he's negotiating with, but your president is always allegedly in negotiations with someone. So let's see what we can find out about his negotiations. Here we go. I think I want to go
The
here.
Houthis have announced that they are not, us at least, that they don't want to fight anymore. They just don't want to fight, and we will honor that, and we will stop the bombings, and they have capitulated. But more importantly, we will take their word. Sailing beautifully down the various seas. It wasn't just a canal, it was, and I will accept their word, and we are going to stop the bombing of the Houthis, effective immediately, and Marco, you'll let everybody know that.
And if it's going to stop, then we can stop. And I think it's an important development.
We're going to, as you know, the Middle East, Saudi Arabia. We're going to UAE and Qatar, and that'll be, I guess, Monday night. Some of you are coming with us. I think before then we're going to have a very, very big announcement to make, like as big as it gets, and I won't tell you on what, but it's going to, and it's very positive. I'd tell you if it was negative or positive. I can't keep that out. It is.
Why did I show you that? He said the Houthis have capitulated. The Houthis have agreed to stop fighting. Why is that important? That was before his first trip out of the United States, when he went to the Middle East. Remember, he went to Dubai. Remember, he met the interim Syrian president. Remember when the trip to the Middle East? That was way back when. Why was it important that the Houthis said that they would stop fighting? Who were they fighting? They were fighting when Cat Breath took those Air Force uh, Air Force ships over there and lost 2 airplanes in the Red Sea. Why were the Houthis fighting with America? Remember, Keg Breath went over there and said that they are not going to be striking American ships anymore. Biden let him just strike our ships, and this is not going to happen anymore. And Keg Breath, the military under Keg Breath was trying to run out of the Red Sea so quickly they made a turn too sharply, and 2 $100 million aircraft flew off the deck of these aircraft carriers. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember when Keg Breath was over there making those strikes in Yemen, and him, J.D. Vance, Tulsi Gabbard, who else? Marco Rubio, all of them were on a unsecured app, giving the time and location that they were going to strike what? Not a military facility, the home of the girlfriend, which wouldn't that be a civilian resident, to get the lead Houthi guy who was striking in the Red Sea. The same keg breath who comes out and say that they never strike uh, innocent individuals, and you hear him on the Signal app saying he just went into his girlfriend's house. We got him. The same Pete Breath and your vice president and your national security advisor, Tulsi Gabbard, all of them on an unsecured app saying what type of plane and what time the plane would be striking this residence, this non-military facility. Do you remember all of that? See, that was way back when they were striking the Houthis. So why were they striking the Houthis? Because the Houthis were supporting Palestine. I know a lot of you don't know about this Palestine stuff. Go back and read my old material. And I told you about Palestine stuff all the time. So that was way back when the Houthis were trying to prevent ships from going through into Israel. And in this, they are worried about the Strait of Hormuz because when this administration first got into office, they were worried about this strait that goes up into Israel in the Red Sea. Now, curiously, Iran has the Strait of Hormuz closed off, and guess who has just joined the war? The Houthis. Who are the Houthis? The Houthis who had the Red Sea blocked off from shipments being allowed to go into Israel. So not only is the Strait of Hormuz blocked off, now they are about to block off the other strait that they cannot get anything shipped into Israel, and that is also the same problem that they had before. Your president had your whole military out there striking, trying to protect ships that were going into Israel so Israel could get its supplies. And then all of a sudden, one day the Houthi says, okay, we're done. And then your president came out here and told you that they capitulated. He couldn't tell you why they was done. He said, they won't strike us anymore. And so we're done. They said they're not going to strike us no more. Are they striking you now? But are they striking you now? With no reason. They just said, oh, no. Oh, is that what we're going to do? Oh, we're going to wait. We're going to wait for them to be done. So they have, true to form, 45, 47, and Keg Breath have shown how stupid they are. And now, once again, the Houthis are in the war with Iran. Keg Breath in 45, 47 always told you that Iran was supporting the Houthis financially. So we should not be surprised that the Houthis are going to support Iran militarily. So while they are just telling you about the Strait of Hormuz on your national news, understand they are about to close this strait to the Red Sea as well. And then the world is really going to be in a conundrum. See, they don't even want to tell you how fucked up the world is about to be because of the Strait of Hormuz is closed. They don't want to tell you things like helium is very important things. Now, your news media will tell you, well, helium is important because it makes computer chips. No, bitch. Helium is important because it cools down MRI machines. Helium is has something to do with some life-saving activities. See, your for-profit media is telling you about some motherfucking computer chips when if you are scheduled for an MRI, and if there is a reason for an MRI, that means your doctor thinks that there is something serious going on, that an MRI will be able to help them figure out what is going on with you. And if there is something positive come back on the MRI, you may need some medical treatment or surgeries. But since you are no longer going to be able to get helium to cool down the MRI machines, what are they going to be doing with these MRIs? They're going to be pushing them back. They are going to be canceling them. And what is going to happen to you and any illnesses in your bodies that an MRI would identify so that your doctor could treat? While they're talking about computer chips. I just wanted to give you the real information. If you don't know, let's move forward. There is something else I would like to share with you as well. Let me share this video file. Um, so, it has been reported that America and Israel have started striking universities over in Iran. Now, the Iranian government said that they are going to start striking a university connected to the United States that are over in the Middle East. And they have also put out a ominous video. I'm not sure if any of you guys have seen it, but let me show you the latest video. And the sad part about it is, America is bringing all of this on itself for absolutely no good reason. We have no good reason to be over in Iraq. Now, I think I have a couple of more things that I want to.
The Houthis have.
Oh, no, I have a couple of more things I want to share with you. Let me share this with you. Here we go.
Well, this is yet another example of what many Gulf states have been warning about since well before this war began, that the longer it goes on, once it begins, the longer it goes on, it will only become more expansive and more complex. And the Gulf states have gone up against the Houthis before, and this will certainly be something that will be raising the alarm. In 2014, Yemen's civil war began. In 2015, the Saudi-led U.S. and Western-backed intervention into Yemen saw them embroiled in the civil war, in a fight they did not have to get into that lasted for years and cost Saudi Arabia, the UAE, a lot in terms of blood and treasure. They extricated themselves from that, but not without it exacting a cost. And the Houthis, a much weaker force, went up against a coalition of 8 or more, backed by the US, backed by the UK, backed by every major weapons manufacturer in the world. Airstrikes happening constantly. And they fought them to a stalemate. That conflict remains unresolved, but closed for now. There is very real reason to believe that Saudi Arabia will be taking this as a major alarm bell, not wanting to restart another conflict on its southern border. And we have seen what the Houthis have been capable of in the past in support of Gaza, saying in support of Palestinians. They have led attacks on commercial shipping lanes in the Red Sea, in the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, to great effect. We've seen those images of helicopters landing on cargo vessels, commandeering them, of the Houthis blowing up oil tankers and cargo vessels in those waters. That's been going on for some time. Again, it abated, but it could restart again. And that's what this conflict, or the Houthis entering this conflict, it represents enormous risk, not just to the region, but to the global economy. Now we have to remind people that they have successfully launched missiles at Israel in the past. They've targeted the airport in Tel Aviv. They've targeted airports in Dubai and Abu Dhabi as well during the course of of the civil war, of that Saudi-led intervention that I mentioned. Not to the scale that we've seen since Iran began retaliatory attacks on the GCC, but still of enormous concern that this conflict is expanding, of enormous concern to the GCC, that there's yet another paradigm shift in the security on the peninsula and in the region.
Another.
Okay. Okay, I wanted to share that with you. A lot of people may not realize when they say the Houthis have entered the war. The United States were fighting the Houthis because the Houthis were supporting Palestine. So while think what you will. I'm just connecting the dots that they were against the genocide that was going on in Palestine. So who comes to strike them but none other than the United States of America? Because we were selling arms and to Netanyahu. So of course, we want Netanyahu to do whatever he wanted to do in Palestine. Our government appeared to want Netanyahu to do whatever he wanted to do in Palestine. So now, while we're over fighting Iran, talking about putting boots on the ground in Iran, Benjamin Netanyahu is over there in Lebanon or somewhere, trying to gain more ground for this greater Israel. What does this have to do with us? What does any of this have to do with America? How has any of this affect American and how they live their lives, except for rising prices, except for insecurities? How has any of this had anything to do with America? America first. Where are all of these America first people? And he's not going to put us into any war, people, as they run and hide and won't open their mouths now. So that is something else I wanted to show you. Let me see. Where else are we going to go today? Let's go to CPAC. I told you about CPAC. Let's venture out to CPAC, shall we? And see what they were talking about in CPAC. Very, very interesting stuff went on at the empty CPAC. So let's get into this. Who is this? Benny Johnson. Benny, I'm going on trips with Christy Nome and dress up, make AI icon pictures of me as a superhero.
Parents throw it up. Anybody? Any young kids who want to be parents out here? Any young people who want to look at this? Shout out to the young kids who want to be parents, right? They're like, we need you. And it's actually never been easier, right? Have you ever met a lib? Like, nobody wants to breed with those people. You know, it's like yellow teeth, purple hair, they smell bad, no deodorant, no showers, okay? They don't know what gender they are. It's tough. America first for me, and I'm sure it's the same for you parents out there. Let me know if I'm right. America first for me means saving this country for my children, my American children first. I'm going to fight for my American children because a blessed generation is a... God bless President Trump. Also, migration into American states. We are self-sorting as Americans, and red states are winning. People are fleeing blue states. They're coming to great states like Texas and Florida. Can I get a witness? And look at this, 40 billion, yeah, what's up, my Florida people? $40 billion of net migration income to red states. $40 billion lost from Kamala Harris state.
Okay, And the fact that one state, you say 40 billion was lost from California. Well, California is the one who could afford to lose 40 billion. At least, unlike many other red states, California, the blue state, is not looking to get money from the red states. Where while you're talking about the people are going to red states, they should take their asses to red states because that's where all of the California money is going. So instead of working in California and making the money, they go to a red state and get California's money for free. California has the fourth largest economy in the world. California. While he talking about Benny Johnson, while he's talking as if he's saying something, they're going to these dirt poor red states that can't even afford to support their own the people in their own states. They're being supported by California if they're in California or if they're in one of these dirt poor red states. Let's continue.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is the America First winning movement. This is what our founders intended, that we get to vote and choose with our feet and our dollars. This, ladies and gentlemen, is federalism in action, and it's a beautiful thing. I would love to...
All the rounds, you hear all the applause. He's at the popular CPAC where there are tens and thousands of people. Do you hear any applause? Hey, Marnie, you probably did hear here, boo.
Since we are talking about the border right now, and I believe we have a special guest very briefly backstage, I would like to welcome out onto the stage our retiring...
Now watch this clown shit. Watch this clown shit. Let's not forget that Benny Johnson did AI where he was dressed up as Superman or Spider-Man or somebody, and he showed himself punching people who looked like they were undocumented immigrants in the face, kicking them in the gut, and all of this stuff. Now he's gonna bring out Greg Bavino, who lost his job because he was under court supervision. So he fled Chicago because he would have to tell a judge, I think it was every day or every other day, what ICE had been doing on the streets of Chicago. And then miraculously, he was taken to Minneapolis until two people lost their lives to these ICE thugs. And then he was going back to the border. And then a week later, you heard that he was retiring. Greg Bavino, who liked to dress up in a long trench coat, looking like a whole Nazi. That Greg Bavino. This is who. Now let's look at the audience in CPAC as well. We'll get to see this glorious audience.
Border Patrol Chief Greg Bavino, who's here right now, and who I want to give a massive round of applause for delivering, ladies and gentlemen, these numbers. The man. Can we put this one back up on screen? Thank you, Greg. Look at that. Look what Greg...
Now, look who comes running out. None other than the failure of Superman, Dean Cain. He needs to make the moment. Oh, I got to meet you personally. I just skeeted down my thigh. Let me touch the man who have me out here acting as if I am a real true ICE agent as I sit in my home in Beverly Hills eating Zuzus and Wham Whams with my fat ass.
Vino and his Border Patrol team did. Check this out. And here's an ICE agent.
And here's an ICE agent. Oh, Greg Bavino. Hey, guy. Hey, buddy. Just Do you hear the applause? Do you hear the excitement at CPAC? No, you don't.
I had to, baby. Oh, look at it. Superman got me. Superman's doing a bow. Superman doing a bow to Greg Bavino. This is the work of Greg and his team. Can we get a massive round of applause for our Border Patrol and ICE agents and Greg's work as the chief of the Border Patrol?
Look at the audience. That's the massive applause. No, you can't get a massive applause because if they clap too hard, they're going to bruise their hands and they won't be able to hold their walkers to get back up to their room, motherfucker. Why are you trying to abuse these elders?
Fake news hate him, libs hate him. This is Darth Vader for those people. He's the biggest bad guy, but he's a hero to us and the America First movement. Greg, you want to say a few words? You want to just say thank you? He's retiring right now. Let's give him a warm, warm welcome. Greg Bavino, say a few words.
Hey, Benny, thank you. Again, I did retire. I've actually been retired 24 hours now. I left my tribe, folks, but I joined another tribe, and that is you, that conservative CPAC movement, America. Thanks for having me here today. Thank you.
So are we to believe that you weren't a part of the cult prior to retiring? Get the fuck out of here. Let's go back to this one.
Leaves the country better for their children, right? A cursed generation is one that destroys the country for their children and leaves them a mess. So that's what we're going to do together, right? We're going to save this place for our kids. That's what being really pro-life is all about, and that's what loving your country is all about. We just welcomed our newest fourth child, born on Inauguration Day, baby Whitaker, the golden boy. Establish this, that you are my friends. If your opinions...
Hold on.
And I love that. I welcome that.
Hold on. I apologize. There are reports. There are reports that there are plenty of different men who say
family, that's my motivation.
That they have special relationships with Benny Johnson. These are the reports. I haven't even went to look for those reports, but I hear it reported often that at certain events, it is possible that Benny Johnson is the one who has the Grinder app overloading and not being able to service people because they have so many Grinder requests at these Republican functions. I'm not sure about this CPAC function though, because I just see a lot of really, really old people at this function. So I'm pretty sure wherever this function was held, that Grinder worked okay. It didn't short out because it was being overused by the participants at this convention. Because I'm pretty sure half of the participants at this convention, if they got their peen up, they would pass out for lack of blood going to their heads. They're so old. But I digress.
Proud Christian, proud father, proud patriot, love this country so much. And ladies and gentlemen, Kamala Harris said she was going to run on joy. Yeah, right. In closing here, I'll show you what joy actually looks like. If you wouldn't mind, they were telling me backstage, they got some very fancy cameras. They said, feel free to use them. So I said, why not? If you wouldn't mind, if you feel compelled, I would like to show the entire country what actual joy looks like. I would love to do a big Trump dance with y'all. Let's go.
Make me mad about those other guys and all the things they do wrong.
He's very serious. He wants to do the Trump dance. Look at the audience. This is the big CPAC.
Trump's iconic dance moves are sweeping the internet.
He sees how corny this is himself. He sees how corny this is himself. Listen at all the fake laughing. Look at the audience. Oh my God.
Thank you.
It has been reported that Benny Johnson is bleeding his audience members. So before he left, he decided to do what he thought was a cute AI. Let's get into this. Did he talk about the Epstein files? Nothing. Mm-mm.
Establish this.
Did he talk about factual things? No. This is what he decided to do.
You are my friends. If you believe in a secure border, if you believe that there are only two genders, if you believe in marriage, if you believe that America is the greatest country on earth and that God shed his grace on thee, then you are my brethren. You are my America First movement. And if you believe in deporting communists like Zorhan Mandami and AOC, I don't think we can deport AOC. I don't know.
So, he said that you should deport Zoran Mandami. This is what I wanted to show you. He said that, and AOC. Oh, I don't think we can deport AOC. So he's saying that you should deport Mandami. Why? Why? Why exactly when Mandami has his citizenship? What has he done illegal? I guess it's illegal to get a following behind your message. But he is there in support of a 34-time convicted felon. But he wants Mandami deported for a reason other than him being an immigrant to the country and having a message that got him elected in the largest city in the United States. But he should be deported. Why? And you are supporting the 35-time convicted felon that gave Eric Adams a pardon for being an actual American criminal. Are we making any of this make sense? Okay, let's continue. Let's see what else he has to say.
But that's going to be the debate. I know there's a lot of debates going on right now. There's probably plenty of debates in this room. There's a lot of people with a lot of different opinions. And I love that. I welcome that. Isn't that the difference between us and them? That it's like totally chill to have a debate with someone if it's in good faith, if you just want the best for the country. If you agree in these core principles, then we should welcome that debate. We should want that debate. The problem is the side that stopped debating and the side that stopped talking and decided that we were less than human, and they got their guns and they started killing. And I'm sick of watching my president get shot in the head. I'm sick of watching my friends die on a line. That America is the greatest country on earth, and that
the side that stopped talking and they got their guns. What side would that be? You're sick of seeing your president shot in the head, but a bullet allegedly hit his ear, and his ear stopped a whole bullet out of a high-powered rifle by a Trump supporter. Is that what you're sick of? Pretending like these people who were taking shots at Trump were left-leaning people? Are you sick of lying? Are you sick of the Department of Justice hiding the real statistics of exactly who created and who committed most crimes against their political adversaries, and it being Republicans? Are you sick of that? Is that what you're sick of? And then you guys coming out and rewriting history after hiding the facts of who commit more crimes against their adversaries, their political adversaries. Are you kidding me? Yes, let's continue. Let's continue with the bullshit.
that is like totally chill to have a debate with someone if it's in good faith, if you just want the best for the country. If you agree in these core principles, then we should welcome that debate. We should want that debate. The problem is the side that stopped debating and the side that stopped talking and decided that we were less than human, and they got their guns and they started killing. And I'm sick of watching my president get shot in the head. I'm sick of watching my friends die on a live stream. I'm sick of the violence from the left. There's no argument with that. It's demonic, it's evil. We must disavow it, fight it, and defeat it.
So, you see how quiet the audience is? I think that he thought that this was going to be his big applause. I think he thought that he was going to be speaking over applause. That's why he's has raised his voice, and he's trying to talk like he's so indignant, and there's crickets in that fucking stadium. Nobody believes the bullshit. Your time is up, and nobody's buying the bullshit. Nobody's buying the scare tactics and the look over here as this administration plunders the wealth and the blood of America. Nobody's paying attention to this dumb shit.
Ladies and gentlemen,
oh, that's it. I just saw the crowd. Oh, I got I got immersed in the small crowd. I think there is one more. I may bore you with. Maybe there's one more I may bore you with.
this is something else that us unifying for cause saved us from. We never have to listen to Kamala Harris again. We will never listen to her again. The last time we ever had to hear Kamala.
So, he had to superimpose a bottle of Hennessy in her hand. You know, it never ceases to amaze me how far they have to go to lie. How far they will go to lie. So now you have to hear Kamala Harris talk through liquor. Since when? Is this the new tagline that we're going to go with? That she always has liquor in her hand. You know, it's curious. Up until now, I've never heard this. I've never heard this being a thing. Let's continue. Not a glass, her hand wrapped around the neck of a bottle of Hennessy. We're supposed to take you seriously.
Harris's voice, please God, was when she certified the election on January 6th, 2025.
Of the state
Here
of
it
Florida
is.
has received 312 votes. Kamala D. Harris.
Oh, forgot about that. Lay off it, Kamala.
Isn't that cute? Isn't that cute? Isn't that cute? Now, you have to do all of this fake bullshit and lying. You know, it would be something different if he had a real clip of her saying that something that the Republicans unilaterally disagree with. But he had to come up with some type of a lie to try to defame her as if she is an alcoholic, as if she is some ghetto alcoholic throwing back Hennessy straight out of the bottle, as she's throwing back whatever beer this is straight out of the bottle, not on actual content of what they politically disagree with her on. No. He has to try to sully her image, an image that he could never gain. From colleges he has never graduated out of. and try to put this woman in some type of box where he would fit better in with his uneducated ass. Let's go. But they do it all the time. I believe it is. I believe it is. Exactly. Thank you, Jim Smith. Exactly. So let's and you see why CPAC was so empty. Let's continue.
Lay off it. Who's happy? Who here is happy that that woman is not in the White House? That Jill Biden's not in the White House? That Melania Trump is living in the White House today? Come on.
Not a lot of people, it sounds
I want
like.
to speak. I only have a few minutes left here. I have 2 minutes left exactly. I think we can do it right on time. So I want to just say something quickly about my brother, Charlie Kirk.
We're done. We're done. And then we go into the Charlie Kirk dick sucking. Why is it all of these men on the right have to go into some type of false cheers and false choking up when it Charlie was one of my best friends. Charlie sound like they're gargling nut when they talk about Charlie Kirk. I'm really sick of it. Let me see. Is this something? I think this. I've shared this with you guys before. I will share it in its entirety again because it deserves to be shared. I'm sorry, I went back. I did tell you that, hey, Mary Carey, I did tell you that those Iranian hackers have hacked Kakai Patel after he fired the FBI agents who were expert in Iranian hackers. Isn't that, I didn't play this one for you. I played the rap music one for you. I think that was on last Wednesday. I'll try to find it. But let's go back on this one. This is the 4547 says that he has been in negotiations and all of this. There's no negotiations going on. Let's be real clear. There are absolutely no negotiations going on. Now, it has been reported that they have suggested that J.D. Vance do the negotiations, and they gave a 15-point ceasefire requirement to Iran, and Iran gave them a 5-point ceasefire. And one of the 5 points was they will own the Strait of Hormuz. They will be recognized as a sovereign state, and they will not be treated like some third world state. They will get reparations for all of the damage that was caused. And there are 2 more things. I forgot the 2 more things. But it's reported that they want J.D. Vance. They will not do any mediation with Jared Kushner or Steve Witkoff again. That is one of the things because each time that they have done negotiation in June and here in February, they were struck by Israel and the United States in the middle of these negotiations. So I forget the 5th one. But let's go back here. see how they got his hand turning black? Thank you for your attention to this matter. Thank you for your attention to this matter. That's what he said at the end. Liar, liar, pants on fire. If he didn't know, there wouldn't be one. All you ungrateful need to move there permanently. Well, why don't you move out of my chat permanently? How about that? No one is forcing you to be here. Bye. Please remember to like the video on your way out. I'm just giving you the information. But it's not about me. It's about this administration. What are you talking about? Everybody here. Everybody don't have to be on one accord with this sham of a war that's going on. Do you know why we are at war? Talk about the content. Don't talk about all of you people. All of you people didn't put us, America, in this situation. Talk about how much your gas is right now. Talk about that. Okay, let's continue. Do not come in my chat being disrespectful. Do not come in my chat talking about slaves or slave owners. Do not play. Yeah, but they can't talk about the peril that MAGA has the United States in. They want to talk about people individually, but you can't talk about what peril. That's okay. I got it, Very. They cannot talk about the actual facts. Let's share some more facts. Why don't we? Let me let me go here because these are some facts that I really, really, really want to share. Let me hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. One second. Let me share. Let me share what your troops are about to embark upon. Since you want to talk about the left, right? Since you want to talk about the left, let's talk about what your president is about to embark your troops on. Let's talk about the tight knit strikes that your president has aligned your troops to go and fight. Shall we? Let's talk about that. Let me see. Hold on. Let's talk about our soldiers. Don't talk about me. Let's talk about our soldiers. Let me see. Now I'm gonna hope that she doesn't mind me using her content. But if you guys have not, I'm gonna drop her link in my chat and in my description box. Go over to Sabby Sabs. She has Colonel Wilkerson on, Colin Powell, ex Chief of Staff. Uh, I want you to hear him say about what he sees in the preparedness of our military to go over to Iraq. Let's hear it from someone who knows, who will better be able to tell you that what this administration is doing is garbage. I'm going to drop the link in the chat, and it will be link number 3 in my description box. Let's get into it. I just want to play this one passage.
To get out of this. Iran, in short,
also struck that as well. Thoughts?
Yes, no question about it. I've watched that for the last 24 hours, and I also read in Haaretz, the only newspaper basically I read.
Oh, I've already shared that with you. Let me share this clip with you.
No, the total of journalists that they've killed is just off the chart. Oh, there's a 25-year moratorium. They'll cheat too. So I have no doubt Ted is probably right. That talking about all these special operating forces. Think Venezuela. It's impossible to figure out what's happening here. It looks strange. It's almost like Kabuki, Washington and other units that have been cited by the.
Here we are.
Larry Johnson, Ray McGovern, that they could hit if they want to. That means it's causing the world to suffer, and it is going to suffer much more that shutdown than we are. Add the Baba Mundab to it, because more shipping in terms of variegated.
On the Houthis, because they sounded an alarm a couple of days ago that if the U.S. were to send in troops to try to take Karg Island, or basically to try to put these boots on the ground, that they would get involved in this war. Then they struck late Friday evening, early Saturday morning. They did strike, and they are now officially a part of this war. I think
that's going to be a huge issue, because as you remember, Pete Hegseth boasting notwithstanding, they drove us out of the Red Sea before. And if you want to look at a global problem, a true global problem, I mean, it's not like the Strait of Hormuz isn't a problem. 3,300 ships stuck off the Strait of Hormuz, 30,000 mariners without enough water to drink, this is a colossal global problem right now. But if you want to talk about a real problem, add the Baba Mundab to it, because more shipping in terms of variegated products like cotton, soybeans, you name it, goes through the Red Sea and the Suez Canal. Most of what comes out of the Persian Gulf is in some way connected with oil products, or like helium, urea, things like that. They are very, very sorely needed products. Helium, for example, in the making of computer chips and such. But the Red Sea is one of the major conduits of the world. And if they get that shut down, then we are looking not at a recession, which it really technically already is, two quarters in a row. 2 quarters in a row is a recession, and we've got it now. We're looking at a depression. We're looking at a global depression, not just a depression in the Western Hemisphere, but across the globe, with the possible exception of Russia, because Russia is getting richer and richer and richer every day with all the oil she's selling and all the people now that are begging her to sell them oil. So this is a colossally dangerous situation that we have set up by attacking Iran. Not even talking about the legality or illegality of it, the cruelty of it, the brutality of it, the fact that Iran was not in any way a threat to the United States of America, and that Trump did it for Bibi and for Miriam. That's the only reason Trump did this. And now he's stuck in it, and he doesn't know what to do about it. And he is.
Bibi would be Benjamin Netanyahu, for those who don't know. Miriam would be Miriam Allison, Sheldon Allison widow, who was a casino tycoon, who gave Trump over $200 million to get back in office. Bibi and Miriam
is causing the world to suffer, and it is going to suffer much more and much more profoundly if we don't stop. I think it may have started to the point now that it can't be stopped. I looked at the target list that Iran has. Iran has almost every key target, and they've already proven that they can hit what they have. They have hit targets all over Southwest Asia. They've destroyed our radars. They've killed people that we haven't even fessed up to yet. They've destroyed our ability to do things in the region.
They've killed people that we haven't even fessed up to yet. Let that sink in. Because you must understand that after the first day of this war, what did they tell you? They didn't tell you that we hope we can keep down casualties, that these are the casualties so far. No, they told you that they know that there are going to be a lot more casualties. They told you this on day one. So how can they be so assured that this inept Pete Kegbreath running the army? I'm pretty sure they could have thought it to themselves, but did they have to come out and tell you that they were sure that there were going to be many casualties? Do you think that there had already been many casualties? When they tell you that the aircraft carrier, the largest aircraft carrier that we have, the Gerald Ford, is in Greece for repairs because the laundry fire that lasted 30 some days. There was a fire on the largest aircraft carrier, and it sunk its way out of the Middle East. Remember, they denied it at first. They denied that the aircraft carrier was struck. They're still trying to deny that the aircraft carrier was struck after telling you that it was on fire for 30 some odd days, crippling across the sea, trying to get to Greece, where it is now for repairs. Remember that? The largest aircraft carrier, there is no reporters on the ground to tell you any of this. So this is how we're fighting a war, trying to muddle through the lies in 2026 when there is so much technology, drone technology, everything that you want to know, you can know, but they are keeping it secret from you. So why do you think they told you on day one that there were going to be a lot more deaths? You hear this man said, deaths that they have not fessed up to yet.
In a very, very meaningful and what I would call clever way. But if you look at the target list that they still have left that they could hit if they want to, that means everything stops. That's the reason Mohammed bin Salman and Mohammed bin Zayed, UAE and Saudi Arabia, have been urging Trump to continue this war because they know they're going to be wiped out if Iran is allowed to continue this target list. And I assume that if we don't stop, Iran will in fact continue. Then we're going to have things taken down in Saudi Arabia, in UAE, and Qatar, and elsewhere that are significant to the world economy beyond even what we've got now. So this is truly shaping up to be a complete, colossal disaster that Donald Trump has started.
How do you feel about the decision to send more Marines to Iran, that 82nd Airborne Division there? Again, I feel like they're being sent into a death trap.
And this is really strange, Sabby. This is really strange. We've been looking, we being the Eisenhower Media Network, Josie's group, my group, and others.
Now, I really want you to pay attention to what he's saying about what they're telling you about these deployments and the preparedness that each of these units have, even if these units have even been notified that they are going to be deployed. I really want you to pay attention to this. Do they even care if this is going to be a successful mission, that they're sending bodies on the ground, but not in aircraft, not flying drones? They're actual bodies. You know what the Iranian foreign, I think he was the foreign minister, said? He said that if they land on Karg Island, they will be set on fire. And it seems like they have been true to a point in the things that they said that they will do in retaliation for this illegal war, that we have the audacity to have righteous indignation that these people are fighting back when we invaded their country and they cannot even tell you why. Okay, let's see what he says about the deployments.
Larry Johnson, Ray McGovern. We've been looking at these units that are being cited by the Pentagon as going marshaling for Iran. Some of them haven't even received a warning order yet. Others haven't even got any kind of instruction on where they're going or when they're going. They've been named, though. They've been named by the Pentagon as included in this conglomeration that is converging on Iran. Last night, one was identified as being in CENTCOM's AOR, area of responsibility. It was on Diego Garcia. That's 4,000 kilometers away. Okay, you're in the AOR, but you're 4,000 kilometers away. Then we look at some of these other units that have been alerted, like the 160th SOAR, the Ready Brigade out of 18th Airborne Corps, 82nd Airborne at Fort Bragg, the Rangers from Washington, and other units that have been cited by the Pentagon as being involved. And they're either not moving yet, or if they are moving, they're a long way from the battlefield. So we're really perplexed at what's going on here. Are they playing a kabuki game designed to frighten Iran? They're not doing any diplomacy. That's another thing, Sabi. You saw the cabinet meeting, I'm sure, and Witkoff giving his briefing. Witkoff has not talked to a single Iranian. He's been talking to Pakistanis, Omanis, and others, thank God, offering their good offices for diplomacy, but he's not talked to any Iranians. So how can he come back and give a briefing to the president in front of the American people in a stage for publicity cabinet meeting and talk about negotiations and their failure? He hasn't talked to anyone. This is a strange game. It's almost like kabuki. You know, one person saying this, another person saying that, and you can't identify that anything coherent is happening. Now, there are some units moving. There are some ships moving, but we also know that one of the ships broke down. We also know that Ford had to get called out. So we're confused. We're thoroughly confused. The Pentagon is not putting out a straight story. And we don't know whether it's because they're trying to maybe play with this a little bit and keep Trump from doing something stupid, or they're actually trying to marshal forces and they're finding out those forces aren't quite as ready as they thought they were, because it looks strange from a military perspective. It looks strange. One of the Mews was supposed to come off from Okinawa. We talked to someone on Okinawa and they said, we don't even have a warning order. You got 2,000 Marines plus that are going to get on a ship and go, and you don't even have a warning order yet. So it's totally confusing what they're doing. Maybe they're doing this on a.
Oh, the people with all the merit are running things. Everything is being run on merit. You don't understand what merit is. The people who are running the military have merit. Okay, so go over. I just wanted to let you hear what he has plenty more to say. You see, we are just at the introduction of the things that he has had to say. If you don't watch any video, I advise you to go over there and see what Colonel Wilkerson has to say. Colonel Wilkerson has been on quite a few shows, but go over there and check him out on Sabby Sab show last night. You will most definitely enjoy it, I do believe. So there's that. In the meantime, since people don't want to talk about the real facts, let's see how this war is impacting your health. Is it going to impact your health in any way? Let's see. I think it could impact your personal health. If you are unaware of that, let's check into this. Let me go right here real quick. It seems like your administration of the Republicans feel like there should be more cuts to health care. Because why? Because they have to pay for this war. Are you willing to reduce your health care, go without health care, because the Republicans feel that they have to give more money to a part of the government that has $1 trillion budget that just blew this last September $93 billion on steak, lobsters, high-end office furniture, ribeye steaks, contracts that they have not told you who these contracts were. $93 billion in September of last year alone. Your defense secretary and your Pentagon approved, and that's when they only had a 980 some billion. $1 billion budget. But when the calendar struck 2026, they have $1 trillion budget, but they need more money from you. So are you willing to do this? The Republicans are requesting from you. Let's see. Let's see.
We have some big news right now. Congressional Republicans are weighing cutting more healthcare funding to fund Donald Trump's war in Iran. So as you know, Donald Trump wants $200 billion to fund this war in Iran. Axios is now reporting that, well, we have to find that money somewhere, right? And so where are they looking? They're looking to healthcare funding. And they're looking to potentially cut more healthcare spending in an effort to fund the war in Iran, in an effort to give ICE and CBP more money. So the priorities of congressional Republicans right now are twofold: funding the deportation effort and funding the war. And to do that, they're looking to cut more funding for healthcare. That means programs like Medicaid, Medicare, programs that many Americans rely on, programs that have already been cut by the budget bill last year. We'll see what happens. As always, spread the word. Subscribe to my Substack, link in bio, to support my work. Follow along for all the news you need to know about.
If you are not subscribed to Aaron Paranis, I suggest you subscribe to him. His link is the number 4 link in the description box. Go over there and check him out. Now, on top of all of that war stuff, we're going to get back to the war stuff. Let's take a break into some actual reality. Let's do a little in your neighborhood type of news. Are you familiar that this is going on in your neighborhood, that no jobs have been created, no jobs are being created? Are you aware that along with these college educated students that are leaving college and entering the workplace, among all of those who have been laid off by the great idea of Elon Musk, all of these people who were in the middle of their careers, at the end of their careers, a few years away from retiring, that all of these people are in a whole cesspool, one whole cesspool, to look for jobs that have not been created in the United States. And if you are one of the people who were closer to your retirement age or about to retire and just happen to find that your company is one of these companies who are buying into, hey, well, I can do more for less with AI. I'm going to get rid of half of my employees. If you are dealing with that as well, you are in the pool of people who have to compete with everybody from right out of college to people who have 30 and 40 years of experience who cannot get jobs at companies. Why? They're using this new term for people. Now, while the EEOC is telling white men, if you have been discriminated, come and file a claim with the EEOC. Are they doing this to older workers? Are they addressing the age discrimination that is going on with workers who were at or close to the end of their careers, ready to retire, who got laid off and can't get a job, and when they do go on interviews, they are told you are overqualified. It's the term that they use for older workers who are looking to get a job, who are not at the retirement age yet and must keep working, but they can't get a job because they're telling them you're overqualified. See ya, wouldn't want to be ya. Y'all heard about that? Let's get into it. Everyone's searching in a pool of jobs that are few and far between.
10 years. I told you guys I was let go today after 20 years.
Today, I was laid off at Amazon.
And then I went to Amazon and I worked my literal ass off.
I keep getting job offers that are extremely lowered wages due to them knowing people are desperate.
I got laid off in May. It is now the end of October. Look at all these open tabs. The job hunt right now, you guys. If you got a job, just keep it, okay?
Amazon recently announced their largest corporate layoff, cutting 14,000 employees, with executives hoping to eliminate 600,000 workers by 2033. When Amazon, the U.S.'s second largest employer, starts laying off employees, it gives cover to other CEOs. UPS announced.
So how many of you guys still shopping at Amazon? And that's what sometimes we are our own worst enemy. Sometimes we finance our own demise. Sometimes we participate in our own demise. Amazon said months ago, I think it was sometime in the summer of last year, that they were getting rid of 600,000 jobs. And I still hear people talk about all of their Amazon purchases. Because you don't work for Amazon? Okay. Let's see how the trickle-down theory really works. See, the trickle-down theory didn't work in Reaganomics because they were talking about rich people paying you more money. But let's see how the trickle-down theory worked in depression when the rich people are laying off people from their jobs. Let's see if the trickle-down theory of fucking yourself into poverty will work while y'all still shopping at Amazon. That's all I'm saying.
48,000 layoffs. YouTube is offering its employees voluntary exit packages. Chegg announced it was cutting 45% of its workforce. Target cut roughly 1,800 employees. GM cut roughly 1,700 employees. Meta, Rivian, Ford, the list goes on. And this is just for the month of October. It doesn't even cover the layoffs we've been experiencing throughout the year. But there's one layoff I want to highlight. Paramount. If you watched my previous video, I mentioned how David Ellison, son of tech billionaire Larry Ellison, had purchased Paramount, further growing his media empire. Despite this open letter David sent to Paramount employees after taking over the company, claiming, "You are the heart of this company," Paramount cut 1,000 employees, with that number expected to be 2,000 in coming weeks.
If companies like Google and Amazon and Meta are making billions, why are they laying people off?
Oh, that's easy. Greed. These billionaires don't care about us. They only care about showing growth to Wall Street every 3 months. Remember when property developer Tim Gurner said that unemployment needed to rise 40-50% to put us workers back in our place?
And we need to see that change. We need to see unemployment rise. Unemployment has to jump 40-50% in my view. We need to see pain in the economy. We need to remind people that they work for the employer, not the other way around. There's been a systematic change where employees feel the employer is extremely lucky to have them. It's a dynamic that has to change. We've got to kill that attitude, and that has to come through hurting the economy, which is what the whole global, the world is trying to do. The governments around the world are trying to increase unemployment.
What isn't discussed enough is the shadow layoff system. More companies are hiring part-time and contract workers as a means to cut costs. This means for the workers, no retirement plans, no healthcare benefits, and no severance package. The WARN Act doesn't require corporations in every state to report part-time or contract workers as part of their layoffs. This is why the layoff numbers might seem low, but if we account for all employment type, we've actually seen 13.8 million layoffs from January to August of this year. Laying off contractors or conducting performance-based exits doesn't make headlines, but accounts for up to 30% of this year's job losses. Amazon claims that they're laying off employees in an effort to operate like the world's largest startup. They claim they need to increase their efficiency. Yet in 2024, they generated $638 billion. It seems they're operating at pretty high efficiency. While most headlines are focused on AI, Amazon has been building an army of robots. A leaked internal document shows executives hoping they can eliminate 600,000 roles by using robots. And they know how bad this sounds. That's why also in the document, they discussed replacing words like automation, AI, and robot with the term advanced technology. But here's the dystopian reality. Back in June, Amazon CEO Andy Jassy addressed all employees about AI and automation. "We have strong conviction that AI agents will change how we work. There will be billions of these agents. We will need fewer people doing some of the jobs that are being done today." The key word here is will. He's not saying AI agents are currently good enough to replace human workers. He's saying they will be, maybe in the future.
Probably in 2025, we at Meta, as well as the other companies that are basically working on this, are going to have an AI that can effectively be a sort of mid-level engineer that you have at your company that can write code. And then over time, we'll get to the point where a lot of the code in our apps, and including the AI that we generate, is actually going to be built by AI engineers instead of people engineers.
Again, the key words here, I think probably these are just hopes. They're laying off real human workers today, despite recognizing that AI cannot do a mid-level engineer's job. But they're hoping.
Okay, this link is in my description box. This link is number 5 in my description box. I want to move on to the other examples of layoffs that I discussed with you. Let's go over here, shall we? Let me share this screen with you. Let's talk about the people who are... Here we go. let's talk about this.
Just got laid off from my job at CBS, and every producer on my team who got laid off is a person of color. Every person who gets to stay and will be relocated within the company is a white person. Now, in my meeting with the executive who told me I was getting laid off, I specifically asked him if it was a consideration for us to be relocated somewhere else within the company. And he said that we advocated to keep the show. We advocated to try to get you relocated somewhere, and we couldn't. Because I asked him, why are you the person who is making this decision or delivering the news that we're being laid off? And he said, oh, it could have been anyone. Only to later find out, because it wasn't until I went downstairs thinking that me and all of my colleagues had been laid off, that I found out that it was only the people of color. So I went one by one to my white colleagues. Are you getting laid off? No. 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 So I went back up to his office and I told him, I think you lied to my face. And come to find out, it was not his decision to eliminate the show that I work for. But he did get to decide who got to stay.
I've seen so many situations like this around in many different, scenarios. And I'm not saying that he's victim blaming. I'm actually supporting him in his decisions of, his thought process within this whole.
Okay, let's see an older worker.
So right now I'm home after the day, after coming home from my last day of work. Jammers chair. Jammers. Just relaxing for right now. So I'm just eating my little snacks or.
Oh no, I don't want him. He's too boring.
I'm just gonna carry the day like normal, like a normal day, and a normal weekend as well. So what am I wanting to do right now? Come on, it's gonna be a normal day. I mean.
Let me, that's not the one I want. I apologize. Let me go back up here. Here we go.
I just got laid off from my job at CBS, and every producer on my team who got laid.
I just played him. I apologize. Where is the one on ageism? Let me see if I can find it right quick. I apologize. Let's get into the overqualified for the job. Hold on. Here we go.
Today's topic of age discrimination is critically important. It is an under-discussed and under-recognized issue that has real implications for the growing population of older Americans who are working longer than ever before, many because they need to make ends meet. Nearly 2/3 of workers age 50 plus tell us they've seen or experienced age discrimination. Talk to older job seekers and they'll tell you they hear things in interviews like, "You're overqualified," "We're looking for a digital native," or a more energetic candidate. This is undermining the financial stability of too many capable Americans. Today's topic of age discrimination is critically important. It is an under-discussed and under-recognized issue.
Okay, let's hear another one.
I'm sitting across from a hiring manager for a high-level position, and the interview is going great, or at least so I think that it's going great. Everybody that I'm meeting, the flow of the questions and the answers, everything is lining up for me in this role. Then the hiring manager says something in passing. It's a very small comment, but he says, "Yeah, we're looking for someone just like you with your qualifications, with your background, but it's always a but, with a little bit more gray hair." Can you imagine how that made me feel? Can you imagine what was going on in my mind? I'm sitting across from a hiring manager for a high level position, and the interview is going great, or at least so I think that
Oh,
it's going great. Everybody that I'm
I've never
meeting,
heard
the
that.
flow of the questions and the answers, everything.
Wrong, a wrong person. Wrong person. I never heard somebody say, but someone with some more gray hair. Okay. Hmm.
Hi, this is Jeff Alpin, the Big Game Hunter, and you're listening and watching Job Search Radio. I'd like to spend a few minutes each morning talking with you about some element of job search, because I really believe that job hunting doesn't have to be hard, difficult, painful, or take as long as it does. It's just that the skills needed to find a job are different than those needed to do a job. And that's why I try to address some elements of job search, because I'm confident that most of you can do the job that you've been performing now for years. But job hunting isn't in your wheelhouse. It's a different skill set. So I thought today I would answer someone's question that goes, why do recruiters say you're overqualified when it's an ageist remark? Now, is it really an ageist remark? So let me kind of break down the word overqualified, because that's the one that's really a question, whether it translates into ageism or something else. Now, if you said to me that this person is overqualified, and I'm just going to use one profession from a very general perspective, if you said,
what if I told you that 87% of hiring managers have already decided not to hire you before they even read your resume? And what if I told you that while you are perfecting your resume and practicing interview answers, there's an invisible filter removing you from consideration the moment someone sees your graduation year? I've spent weeks analyzing over 80 research studies, AARP surveys, federal legislation, in hiring manager confessions, and what I found made me angry. 2/3 of workers over 50 have experienced age discrimination. Glassdoor data shows ageism complaints jumped 133% this year alone. In the jobs that you are applying for, most of them are being filled by people with half of your experience. But here's what nobody's telling you. There are specific strategies that experienced professionals are using to bypass these filters entirely. And today, I'm going to show you exactly what they are. Now, before we go any further, let me be completely transparent about something. Everything that I'm sharing today comes from published research, government data, and documented case studies. Individual results will vary significantly based on your industry, location, qualifications, and market conditions.
Okay, so there you have it. If you want to see the rest of the information that is in that video, here is the link. He looks crispy. What is crispy? What? How does a human being look crispy? I'm curious about that remark. What is a crispy person? Oh, so that must mean that the Republican Party is looking for another convicted felon and a person who is hiding from a child indiscretion uh, allegations that have been testified to the FBI about. They must be looking for another candidate like that, who is body is turning different colors and can't stay asleep at for 2 hours at a time for you to sheep behind. Don't worry. So yeah, there's the link to that. If so, this job discrimination, it is definitely a thing. But your EEOC wants to uh, petition, particularly for white males that feel like they have been discriminated against. So let's get into a little bit more of the things that I really wanted to share with you on today. That is going on in the real world beyond the war, and we may get back to the war, but these are some things that I really thought were important that always go underreported. I definitely reported on one of these things, but I want to go in depth because there has been some changes. Some people have decided to pull out of this deal. So if you recall, 4547 has gone to quite a few African nations, and they want to give them some means of health care under the guise of they must give all of their personal data to these groups that are getting their health care. And why is it a problem? Here we go. Here we go right here. Let me share this with you. Uh, rising anger over lopsided and immortal U.S. funding pacts with African countries. Let me reduce this. A series of bilateral health agreements being negotiated between African countries and the administration of President Donald Trump have been labeled clearly lopsided and immoral amid growing outrage at U.S. demands, including countries being forced to share biological resources and data. It emerged this week that Zimbabwe had halted negotiations with the U.S. for $350 million of health funding, saying the proposal risks undermining its sovereignty and independence. A letter sent by Albert Chimbazi, Zimbabwe's Secretary for Foreign Affairs and International Trade, in December that was made public said the president of Zimbabwe directed that Zimbabwe must discontinue any negotiation with the U.S. on the clearly lopsided MOU, memorandum of understanding, and blatantly compromise and undermines the sovereignty and independence of Zimbabwe as a country. Meanwhile, a deal with Zambia, which has been linked to a separate agreement with the U.S. on collaboration in the mining sector, has yet to be finalized, with Asia Russell, director of the HIV advocacy organization Health Gap, accusing the U.S. of conditioning life-saving health services on plundering the mineral wealth of the country. It's shameless exploitation, which is immortal, which means that they are going to withhold giving them HIV medicine unless they can go in and mine in their country. Are we clear? You can get this medication, but we're gonna go in and make way more wealth than the cost of this medication is gonna cost us to give to you, and we're gonna get rich off the minerals that's in your land. Uh, uh, we're not going to try to make a decent deal with you. We're not going to try to do anything. No, we're going to take it all. And we're going to give you shekels. We're going to give you pennies of this medication. Half of it is probably expiring or near its expiration date anyway. No, because we don't give a soft, we don't give a soft aid anymore. It's all or nothing. No, it's all or nothing. You can't do shit for us, but give us your riches, and we might let you live on this old medicine that's about to expire. That's what they're doing. Okay. Meanwhile, the deal. Meanwhile, the deal in Zimbabwe, which has been linked to a separate agreement with the U.S. on collaboration in the mining sector, has yet to be finalized. Okay, I already said that. Okay, at least 17 African countries have signed deals with the U.S., collectively securing $11.3 billion in health aid, but are raising concerns over concessions made in return. Critics say that there has been a lack of consultation with the community groups that provide a lot of the health care in African countries and have raised concerns over data privacy. The U.S. required patient records data as part of the deal, and the prioritization of faith-based and healthcare providers. In Nigeria, U.S. statements. Let me enlarge this, Lord. I cannot see this good. I'm blind. I'll admit it. I will admit it. I'm not blind. I just don't have my glasses on. I apologize. Okay. Okay, I got that. In Nigeria, U.S. Statements suggest that funding is contingent on authorities tackling the Trump administration refers to as persecution of Christians in the country. In Nigeria, U.S. statements suggest that funding is contingent on authorities tackling what the Trump administration refers to the persecution of Christians in the country. We know that Trump has already did a strike on Nigeria based on the alleged persecution of Christians in the country. There has been some clashes between some outside like gangs that have been going in and taking the lives of Christians and Muslims. There is no Muslims attacking Christian group. This has been reported as an outside group that is attacking both Christians and Muslims. So your president decided to say and to actually have a strike in Nigeria based upon them allegedly attacking Christians. We're gonna hold it right there. We stick a pin in that. Okay. If you are unaware, I wonder if your president is going to do a strike on Israel. You know, Israel that refused to let Christians go to church on yesterday and celebrate Palm Sunday. So, is there going to be a attack on Israel? Huh? for Christian persecution, as the Jews were allowed to practice their religion all week long, all throughout what's going on, all throughout the strikes that are happening in Israel. The Jews were allowed to practice their religion, but Christians on yesterday, on Palm Sunday in Israel, were not allowed to practice their religion. So is your president going to do a strike on Israel? Since everything is about Christianity all of a sudden? No, all of this Christianity, all of this Christian right, Christian national, all of this is bullshit. All of this is some slave shit. The same Christianity that they use on slaves to keep them enslaved. All of this is propaganda. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Okay. The Trump administration is negotiating the bilateral agreements with countries as part of its America First global health strategy, as they are talking about taking healthcare away from Americans right now. But this is a part of the America First global. No, everything they put these patriotic names on to make you believe that, oh, this is so patriotic. Oh, let's steal the lives of Africans and let's steal the soil and the minerals from their oil, from their soil at the same time. That's what this is. The Trump administration is negotiating the bilateral agreements with countries as part of its America First global health strategy. The new approach follows the U.S. dismantling what had been the flagship aid body, USAID, and pulling back from large multilateral bodies such as World Health Organization. The rapid push for deals is being seen as part as U.S. Maneuvers to establish and to entrench power on the continent. The deal also commit African nations to rely on U.S. regulatory approval of new drugs and technologies before rolling them out. So, they're going to be guinea pigs for new drugs and regulatory approval. Oh, wait a minute. Deals also commit African nations to rely. Oh, no, the African nations must rely on U.S. regulatory approval of any new drugs and technologies before Africa rolls them out. The U.S. Rwanda deal is explicit that it will bring increased U.S. private sector involvement in the country's health sector. A Zimbabwean government spokesperson said on Wednesday that the U.S. has asked for sensitive health data, including pathogen samples, but without any corresponding guarantee of access to any resulting medical innovations. So why are you asking me for all of this? You have no reason that you're asking me for all of this, but because you coming into our nation, you feel like you can just ask me for anything and not even give me a reason for why you want this. So you think that they are going to be Bill Gates and all of his want to put chips in people to scan an Apple phone across the people and tell when and how they've been vaccinated against? You think that billionaires like Peter Thiel, who have people in Honduras in his little private Pernicious implanting chips and shit in their bodies to open up their car doors and to do all types of shit to expand their life and all of this type of shit. So do you think that these are some of the medical things that are going to be going on with these health organizations that sign up with America? Because they're asking for all of this information about your medical data, but not telling you why they need it. What they are trying to connect it with to help you health wise. They just want your information. Okay, let's keep it a buck. biological resources and data over an extended period with no corresponding guarantee of access to any medical innovations, such as vaccines, diagnostics, or treatments that might result from that shared data. So you want all of my data, but you're not telling me you're going to give me a vaccines, a diagnosis, a treatment. You're not telling me you're going to do anything with this data. What do you think they're going to do with that data? In essence, our nation would provide the raw materials for scientific discovery without any assurance that the end product would be accessible to our people should a future health crisis emerge. And it would not be. He said Zimbabwe was also afraid bilateral agreements would undermine the WHO system designed to ensure fairness in any future pandemic response. There will be, you will give up all of your rights to any type of help during a pandemic, fucking around with Americans. Americans barely survived the pandemic, depending upon what food you have in the White House. Development aid should empower nations, not create dependencies or uh, sever serve as a vehicle for a strategic extraction, he said. When financial assistance is contingent upon concessions that touch upon national security, data sovereignty, or access to strategic resources, it fundamentally alters the nature of the relationship from one of partnership to one of unequal exchange. So, if you guys didn't know, in Kenya, the first country to sign the deal, a court case bought by campaigners over data sharing terms has put the agreement on hold. The Consumer Federation of Kenya, one of the groups bringing the case, said Kenya risks ceding strategic control of its health system if pharmaceuticals from emerging diseases and digital infrastructure, including cloud storage of raw data, are externally controlled. Uganda Attorney General sought to downplay similar fears about his country's deal in the interview hosted on X, saying it was not true that citizens' health data and privacy was at risk. We have our data protection and privacy law, and the agreement is riddled with that, he said. So he's trying to say, oh no, our data is safe. Oh, please. Let me see. One reproductive gender justice campaigner in Uganda questioned whether the increased domestic funding targets were realistic given African government failure to meet the 2001 Abuja Declaration 15% minimum national budget allocation to health. She said that there had been no public participation in the negotiation process, and non-governmental organizations were expected to be further sidelined. Specialist clinics offering care to marginalized groups such as the LGBTQ community were unlikely to see funding trickle down to them, she said. Let me see what else. Let me see what else. A shift to government of a shift to government control of health funds rather than the distribution through the U.S. NGOs was also likely to be attractive, she said, with the deal seeing a chance to establish new, broader relationships with the U.S. Girl, bye. Let me see. So that's part of that article. This article, you can read it in its entirety. The U.S. is trying to go over there and actually purchase medical information from Africans and not tell them what they are going to do, how they are going to use their information. This is number 6 in my description box. I also have a follow up story I want to share with you on the same plane as this story. Let's get into this. Why is it important? Let's find out. Well, why is it and who does it benefit? Well, Ronnie, it benefits those poor Africans that we took USAID revealed. Trump link firms cash in on mineral lobbying deals as U.S. cuts aid. USAID saved life. Poverty is not an accident. Like slavery and apartheid, it is man made and can be removed by the actions of human beings. Nelson Mandela. That is on the sign, the protest sign of the United States closing down USAID. Pakistan, Somalia, Haiti, and Haiti are among 11 countries that have signed lobbying deals with Trump-linked figures, with many bartering key resources, including minerals, in exchange for humanitarian or military support. Some of the world's lowest incomes and most aid-dependent nations are paying millions to lobbyists with ties to the U.S. President Donald Trump as the country halts foreign assistance. A new global witness investigation has found many of these countries are home to one or more armed conflicts and are are offering access to valuable natural resources, including minerals or other strategic assets, in exchange for humanitarian or military support. You see what cutting USAID has done? It has allowed billionaires to go into these countries and harvest the wealth from their minerals in exchange for what the U.S. was giving as aid, as humanitarian aid. So there's nothing humanitarian about anything other than setting up ways for billionaires to rob the country blind and get richer off of the backs of the poor. And you don't think it's going to happen to you in the United States as they continuously tell you how they're going to take away all of your jobs and give them to AI? And not mention anything about this universal you dummies sitting up here talking about that's going to be some universal pay. They ain't going to pay you shit. The only thing they going to pay your ass is no attention. That's what you're going to get paid. No attention. Ain't nobody got time to pay attention to dumb motherfuckers that still shop at Amazon, as Amazon tell you that they about to snatch every job that it has and give it to motherfucking robots, and you dumb motherfuckers still shopping at Amazon. Anyway, I digress. Not you in the chat. Not you in the chat. I'm talking about, you in the general sense of the word. Y'all better start paying attention to what's really going on. Many of these countries are home to one or more armed conflicts. Okay, I read that. Since the U.S. election in November of 2024, 17 of the world's least developed countries and largest recipients of U.S. aid, Angola, Cambodia, the Dominican Republic of Congo, the DRC, Haiti, Honduras, India, Iraq, Kurdistan, Liberia, Moldova, Mozambique, Pakistan, the Philippines, Rwanda, Somalia, Ukraine, Venezuela, and Yemen have signed lobbying contracts with U.S. firms worth more than $21 million in fees paid until the end of 2025. What's more, documents filed with the U.S. Department of Justice reveal that firms with ties to Trump and his inner circle are cashing in. They have negotiated contracts worth more than $17 million in fees due in 2025 in the 6 months since Trump was elected. Records submitted under the Foreign Agents Registration Act show. Relative to the size of their economies, 17 million paid by these nations would be equivalent to the U.S. paying out nearly $500 million. And look at the conditions that these Africans are digging for these minerals that they are not profiting off of, but billionaires are profiting off of. Who? But the thing is, why are they still looking to create all of this shit? Who's gonna buy it? Who's gonna buy this shit? I guess they just gonna sell their products to each other. Who's gonna buy the shit? Artisanal miners dig a tunnel for new Castertine mine on the Kiababi Hill near to the village of Kulua in southern Kiev. That's not Kiev, Kivu, the east of the Dominican Republic, Congo, April 2015. They've been doing this a long, long time. Artisanal miners are the non-professional miners. They are the miners that use their bodies, their hands, shovels, sticks to mine. These are the people that big corporations like Google and Meta and all of them say, no, we don't work with the artisanal miners. We use professional miners. So how do they alleviate that? At the end of the day, the professional miners visit all the artisanal miners, and they collect all of the stuff that they have dug, and they just throw it onto the truck. And then, of course, Google and Meta, and everybody, they just shop with the professional miners who make sure that they go get all the artisanal stuff that was dug up as well. So it's a bunch of bullshit. This comes at a time when access to natural resources has become a Trump fixation. This includes minerals like rare earth that are considered crucial to U.S. security, whose supply chains are controlled by China. From threatening to annex mineral-rich Greenland to waging a trade war and seeking to boost domestic production, including mining the deep seabed, mineral access has become central to Trump's agenda. And who has a lot of mining material on its land and in its ocean? Venezuela. If you are unaware, you have not been over here of me explaining to you the abundance of rare earth minerals that Venezuela and the oceans around Venezuela is packed and loaded with. While the revolving door between governments and lobbyists is nothing new, and countries seeking influence over the U.S. decisions that could significantly affect them is to be expected, Global Witness is concerned by the wider dynamics that are driving new deals. We are seeing a dramatic cut in aid combined with a explicit rush for critical minerals and willingness by the Trump administration to secure deals in exchange for aid or military assistance, said Emily Stewart, head of policy transition minerals at Global Witness. These dynamics create a potential situation where deal making in Washington is more desperate, less favorable to low income countries, and more open to resource exploitation at the expense of impacted communities. So I'm going to leave the rest of this article here so you can familiarize yourself with it if you choose. Let me leave this article here. This is what your government is up to. How does this benefit you? Well, you see, that is benefiting your president and his cohorts, his billionaire buddies, like everything else that is done by this administration. It always benefit the rich. The rich, but you guys were excited about him giving the rich tax cuts. This is what excited some of you Trump voters. And now you gotta pay more via your health care to ensure that he can pay for this war that he hasn't told you how he's going to pay for or what the reason we're in it for. Now, I think I kind of covered this a little bit, but let me give you one more article. All of these articles are in my description box. They are, let me share this one with you. All of these are in my description box. They are under link 6. I'm going to name that minerals so you will know where to find that. Let me see. What the fuck? William. William. Can you talk about the topic? Because you are really showing how dumb you really are. You have nothing to say about the topic. So you think that what you're saying is proving someone else to be dumb, as you're showing actually how dumb you really are. Because if you had any common sense, you would be able to talk about the actual topic. See, because I'm just not shooting my mouth. I'm showing you where the evidence is found. So for you to say anything to me, as opposed to have any want to retort about the facts in this article, you sound really, really dumb. And the fact that you want to say anything to me other than thank you for giving me that information, eat a dick, bitch. Okay. Trump threatens to withhold HIV medication from Zimbabwe to coerce access to minerals. The Trump administration is reportedly threatening to withhold life-saving HIV aid from Zimbabwe unless the country allows the U.S. expanded access to its minerals. A long-established president's emergency plan for aid relief, PEPFAR, provides for over 1.3 million Zimbabweans with a daily HIV medication. Oh, that's PEPFAR. I think George W. Bush. I think it was either George Bush or George W. Bush started PEPFAR. Let me see who started this. It was one of those Bush. It was one of the Bush. Let me see. George W. Bush is the one who started PEPFAR. The Trump administration is reportedly the long-established PEPFAR provides over 1.3 million Zimbabweans with daily HIV medication. PEPFAR has put Oh, it was right there. If I'd have just read the next sentence, PEPFAR was put in place by the George W. Bush administration over 2 decades ago. However, the State Department is considering slashing this support in a further escalation of Trump's weaponization of foreign aid. Within days of taking office for his second term, Trump issued an executive order to freeze USAID. Trump's coercive aid. The New York Times reported that U.S. Zambia proposal, after seeing a draft memo prepared by Secretary of State Marco Rubio. The note outlines a plan that ends health support on a massive scale to force Zambia into compliance, it states. We will only secure our priorities by demonstrating willingness to publicly take support away from Zambia on a massive scale. The U.S. government may slash HIV, malaria, and tuberculosis support from Zambia as early as May this year. The proposal is part of a broader trend in which the Trump administration is forcing other countries to sign deals in exchange for aid. Thus far, 24 countries have signed agreements to meet various conditions in exchange for a 20 billion in health support over the next 5 years. In most cases, the U.S. requirement center on the countries increasing their own health spending. However, it also comes with demands to turn over both data and biological sample, as the BBC reported. Zimbabwe and Kenya have already walked away from this deal. So there is one more article that you can find information on how this administration is willing to cut off, how this administration don't give a fuck about who lives or die. It will put your life in peril to get rare earth minerals, so billionaires can do their business. And instead of paying you the fee that you deserve, no, they want to get it for free, or they'll take your life and still get it for free. So that's all I wanted to say about that. I wanted to make sure we talked about that today. Is there anything else that I want to talk about today? I think there are a few more things that we will cover today. And if you learned something new today, I think it's too late to hit the goals button. But if you learned something new today, this is the only reason I come live to tell you some things that you may not see that have been ignored by your for-profit media. Please feel free to hit my Cash App $RonyiQ. This is the only reason I am here. Now, let me go here and share a couple of more things I wanted to talk about today. Let me see. I want to talk about how Christians were not allowed to celebrate in Israel. Why don't I share this with you? And let's see if a 47 is going to strike Israel for the persecution of Christians like he did in Nigeria. Let's see what this Christian right, we are a Christian nation, are going to have to say about what happened in Israel.
It's very sad to see Jerusalem empty like this. Usually pilgrimage, tourism, filled of people praying for this day is the Palm Sunday. And I wish next year will be better year and this war will finish and we will have peace from Jerusalem, because if we have peace in Jerusalem, we will have peace all around the world. And I wish with the Holy Week, miracle will come and we have peace in Jerusalem.
But no Judaism services are canceled because of the war.
In our opinion, there was no justification. It's unfortunate. It's a pity that this happened. It's a very sacred day for Christians. And in our opinion, there was no justification for such a decision or such an action. Today it's a separate celebration. This celebration substitutes the traditional procession from Bet Faji to the old city. Due to the situation, the heads of churches canceled this ceremony, this procession, and instead of that, they are offering a prayer for peace and a blessing for the city of Jerusalem.
So they had to separate. They had to cancel their services and have a separate, special service to pray for the peace of Jerusalem. But Israelis were the ones who struck and started this whole thing. Okay, I got it. Okay, that's link number 7 in my description box. It is there if you want to check it out. Let's see. Let me go up and here we go.
Iran has bombed a chemical plant in the settler colony as the Islamic Republic demonstrated.
Iran bombed a chemical plant, and it is also reported that there is a lot of gas streaming from this chemical plant. Toxic gas.
Its retaliatory capabilities, even a month after the Americans and Israeli terrorists launched an illegal war against Tehran. Israel too has hit an Iranian petrochemical plant. Then the attack by Israeli-American terrorists also partially plunged a part of Tehran into darkness, but electricity was soon restored. Iran, meanwhile, has also targeted several parts of the Gulf region, all through the day. They included Kuwait, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia. This would be the broad focus of my video tonight. Also in my video, a clip capturing the humanity and bravery of Iranians even in the midst of their own tragedy. So please stay tuned. Iran on Sunday stunned the settler colony by bombing a chemical factory in southern Israel as it retaliated against the illegal military aggression by the Americans and Israeli terrorists. The video of the chemical plant in Beersheba in flames has gone viral on social media. I too shared that
on social media. However, you are unable to see it on your actual news media. It takes it to go viral on social media. So what is that? What does that mean in all actuality? How many times have you seen something and said, "Is that real or is that AI?" And somebody can go by and say, "Girl, that wasn't real. That was AI." When in fact it was real. So they put it in this vein where it can be denied or affirmed. So they don't allow any actual news media to give you this information. So it's up in the air. Believe it or not, it did or it didn't happen. It's true. It could be false. In limbo. But you don't know the information. But they want more money from you to fight these wars. Let's continue.
video on our Telegram channel. You can watch it there. Details are on the screen and also in the description of this video. American and Israeli terrorists too bombed an Iranian petrochemical plant in Tabriz. However, the Iranian authorities now say that the situation has been brought under control. Iran then targeted US interests in Kuwait, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia, among others. In Kuwait, the authorities said one worker was killed in one such attack. Explosions were also reported in Sharjah, in the UAE. This came a day after 2 people were reported to have been killed in Iranian retaliatory strikes in Abu Dhabi.
So all of this is happening in states that are friendly with the United States. So it has also been reported that Iran attacks forces U.S. troops to work remotely. Many of the 13 military bases in the region used by American troops are all but uninhabitable. From Iranian strikes. All of these side nations near Iran that allow the U.S. to have military bases, 13 are all but uninhabitable from the strikes that Iran is striking them with. And they are about to put boots on the ground over there when they can't even put boots in their military bases over there. Let this sink in. With the ones in Kuwait, which is next door to Iran, suffering perhaps the most damage. 6 U.S. service members were killed in a strike on Port Shapa that destroyed an Army technical operations center. Iranian drones and missiles also targeted Al-Salam Air Base, damaging aircraft structures and injuring personnel, and Camp Buharag or whatever. What is this? Buharing, damaging maintenance and fuel facilities. So, but they're finna send bodies over there to fight with their bodies.
This has further heightened the anxiety of foreigners living in the UAE as they continue to find the first opportunity to flee from this region. The Kuwaiti kingdom also claimed that one of its service buildings in a power and water desalination plant was damaged. The developments came on the day representatives from 4 different countries, namely Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Egypt, and Pakistan, gathered in Islam.
Where do you see anyone from Iran there? Where do you see anyone from the United States there? But your president is telling you that they are in negotiations. No, they are giving word to Pakistan, reportedly. Can you tell Iran this? Can you give this message to Iran?
Islamabad to find a way forward to end this war. It's still not clear whether these countries have any power to persuade the mad dog called Donald Trump or his terrorist Israeli master Benjamin Netanyahu to end their illegal military aggression against a sovereign Iran. Also, do these countries have capabilities to persuade Iran to give up its demands that it put forward recently? Iran's key demands include reparations for the illegal invasion of its country, the permanent control of the Strait of Hormuz, and the permanent removal of American military bases from the Gulf region.
Iran has said that they want their sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz recognized. Now, this has almost become normalized, at least the fact that they're making this demand over the last few days. But really, this is quite extraordinary. We're talking about an international waterway, does not belong to Iran. There's Iran on one side of it, Oman on the other, and in the middle is international waters. Anybody's allowed to pass through there normally, theoretically, right? But Iran is insisting that, no, this needs to be ours.
Well, from their viewpoint, nothing about this war is according to international law. The whole thing is, turning international law upside down.
Now you want to talk about international law. Now it's convenient to talk about international law. But see, if international law had been followed in the first place, Iran wouldn't be in control over the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz wouldn't be a condition for ending the war, because the Strait of Hormuz being held by Iran wasn't a reason to come into the war. Why? Because the Strait of Hormuz didn't start being held until this illegal war started. So how can the Strait of Hormuz being freed be a condition of ending the war? How could that be a condition? The strait wasn't held when you started the war, so why is that a condition to end the war? The fuck out of here. Is that your condition to end the war? Well, what was your condition of starting it? Get the fuck out of here. It's a bunch of bullshit. A bunch of bullshit that doesn't make any sense, that people are breaking their necks to try to make sense of the nonsensical.
Let alone how Israel is engaged in Gaza, call it a genocide or however you look at it. So international law at this point doesn't mean anything. The other one trivial point I want to mention is that when the tankers pass, they actually veer into the Iranian side of these waters. That's one thing they're playing on. They're trying to look at other international examples to see how they can maybe bend the situation, to see what kind of collection.
But that doesn't change the fact that in the middle are international waters, and that those
Absolutely.
are supposed to be open to any ships passing, right?
Absolutely. So there's a little bit of this war situation, how much they can benefit while the war continues, how they can bend this, maybe do a regional framework with Oman, potentially bring in the U.S. or other international actors. I mean, we don't know. This is still like wartime discussions, but it's something that the Iranians realize, wow, we have this golden card. We've played it pretty well. We have a chokehold on global energy. The energy crisis is unprecedented since the past many decades. And so they want to have a long-term use for this and not give it up very easy.
By the way, Iranian Foreign Minister Sayyid Abbas Araghchi has just confirmed what I reported several days ago. Iran never engaged itself in any diplomatic talks with the US since the 28th of February.
در طول تقریبا یک ماه گذشته، هم 26 روز گذشته.
Hold on. Let me make sure. He seems to be talking pretty fast. Okay. Okay, here we go.
وزرای خارجه زیادی بودن که تماس گرفتن. رؤسای بعضی از کشورها تماس گرفتن. و همه میگفتن که چه کاری از ما میاد، ما چه کاری انجام بدیم. و پیشنهاداتی برای آتش بس داشتن. موضع ما کاملا اصولی و متقن بوده که به همه اونها اعلام شده. و ما همچنان برای موضع هستیم. مذاکره هم تا الان انجام نشد. من با زرس قاطع عرض میکنم هیچ مذاکره و گفتگویی با طرف آمریکایی نداره. البته چند روز هست که طرف آمریکایی شروع کرده به ارسال پیام‌های مختلف از طریق واسطه‌های مختلف. اینکه پیام‌هایی از طریق کشورهای دوست ما داده بشه و ما هم در جواب مواضع خودمون رو اعلام بکنیم یا هشدارهای لازم رو بدیم، این نه اسمش و پیشنهاداتی
Any diplomatic talks with the US since the 28th of February.
در طول تقریبا
Over the course of almost the past month, many foreign ministers contacted
یک ماه گذشته هم 26 روز گذشته وزرای خارجه زیادی بودن که تماس گرفتن. رؤسای بعضی از کشورها
and the heads of some countries have contacted us and all of them were saying
و همه میگفتن که چه کاری از بومر میاد.
what we should do and they had proposals for a ceasefire.
چه کاری انجام بدیم و پیشنهاداتی برای آتش بس داشتن. موضع ما کاملا اصولی.
Our position has been completely principled and assured and it has been communicated to all of them.
و متقن بوده که به همه اونها اعلام شده. و ما همچنان برای موضع
And we still stand by this position. No negotiations have taken place so far.
مذاکره هم تا الان انجام نشد. من با زرس قاطع عرض میکنم هیچ مذاکره و گفتگویی با طرف آمریکایی نبود.
Oops, I missed that one. I state firmly that there have been no negotiations or talk with the American side.
البته چند روز هست که طرف آمریکایی
Although for a few days now, the American side has begun sending various messages
شروع کرده به ارسال پیام‌های مختلف از طریق واسطه‌های مختلف.
through various intermediaries.
اینکه پیام‌هایی از طریق
The fact that messages are conveyed to us through friendly countries.
برای دوست ما داده بشه و ما هم در جواب مواضع
And in response we state our positions or issues the necessary warnings.
خودمون رو اعلام بکنیم یا هشدارهای لازم رو بدیم. این نه اسمش مذاکره است نه اسمش
It is
گفتگو
not
نه
negotiation talks. It is not negotiation talk or anything. It's just an exchange of the messages.
اسمش مذاکره است نه اسمش گفتگو نه هیچ تبادل پیام هست به واسطه
through friendly intermediaries and the exchange of messages we have reiterated our principal positions.
و ما در این تبادل پیام ها مواضع اصول خودمون رو تکرار کردیم و بعضی جاها هم هشدار دادیم.
And in some instances, we have also issued warnings regarding attacks and other infrastructure. We have issued strong warnings.
در بحث حمله به زیرساخت‌ها هشدارهای قوی ما دادیم. اینکه به اصطلاح
In fact, the fact that they were forced to back down from this 48-hour deadline. Remember the deadline that they gave them, that they were going to start your president said that he was going to start attacking their oil infrastructure in 48 hours, and then he switched it. Oh well, since we've been negotiating and the negotiating is going good. Well, who are you negotiating with? Someone high up in the Iranian. Yeah, don't bother me, Piggy. Shut up, Piggy. Since we've been negotiating so good, we're gonna kick it back 5 days, and now it's been kicked back another 10 days. So the fact that they were forced to back down from this 48-hour deadline, he talking shit. He talking shit. The fact that he was forced
مهلت مثلا 48 ساعت رو مجبور شدن که خودشون کوتاه بیان، حالا یه مهلت بزرگ
and instead issue a longer term deadline.
بلند مدت‌تری دادن و این در وهله اول
This was first and foremost due to the steadfastness of our armed forces. He talking shit.
خاطر صلابت نیروهای مسلح ما بود. موضع محکمی که نیروهای
It was the firm stance taken by the armed forces and the warnings that were issued through media and diplomatic channels. He said, I ain't talked to the motherfucker. I just said what I said, and I stood in what I said. That's it, and that's all. And then all of a sudden, America blanked. under the great Pete Kegbrath and the man who is in charge of all of our military, President Donald J. Trump. Iran didn't blink. America blinked. So all of this retelling of what you're actually seeing happening, why don't you think they have the media embedded with the military? You've never seen a war like this.
مسلح گرفتن و هشدارهایی که از طرق رسانه‌ای و طرق دیپلماتیک در حال حاضر.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. I was thinking about something else. I forgot. Okay.
تغییر دادن و این در وهله اول به خاطر صلابت نیروهای مسلح ما بود. موضع محکمی که نیروهای مسلح
It was the firm stance taken by the armed forces and the warnings that were issued through media and diplomatic channels.
از طرق رسانه‌ای و طرق دیپلماتیک در حال حاضر.
At present, our policy is to continue resistance and to continue our nation's defense.
سیاست ما ادامه مقاومت هست، ادامه دفاع از کشور هست. بنای مذاکره.
We have no intention of negotiating. Up to now, no negotiations have taken place. Up to now, no negotiations have taken place. This is what this man is saying. You hear what 45, 47 is saying, but he can't tell you who he's negotiating with. He actually had this White House meeting where Steve Witkoff sat there and said, well, the negotiations are going, and it is absolute that the Iranians said that they will not ever negotiate with Witkoff and Jared again. But who did you have up in the White House meeting with that Donald Trump couldn't stay awake for, talking about how good the negotiations were going? Are you being lied to? Do you just like being lied to?
نداریم. تا الان هیچ مذاکره هم صورت نگرفت. و به نظرم که موضوع ما کاملا
And our position is completely principled and clear.
اصولی و روشن.
Earlier today, an attack by the Americans and Israeli terrorists led to the damage of a power station in Tehran, causing momentary darkness in parts of the Iranian capital. However, the situation was soon brought under control. But this didn't deter the residents who came out in the open to chant Allahu Akbar or God is the greatest slogans.
Because of what's going on in the Middle East.
But Vance is now talking about 1 to 2 year timeline.
We need to neuter them for a very, very long time, and that's the purpose. You're right. Gas prices have certainly gone up because of what's going on in the Middle East, but they're going to come down, right? This is a very, very temporary reaction to what is going to ultimately be a short-term conflict. I think the president...
They're talking about it could be upwards of 2 years before these gas prices go back down. Upwards of 2 years. Gas prices in California are already way over $6 a gallon. And they're not done going up.
It's been very clear about this, that we're not interested in being in Iran a year down the road, 2 years down the road.
Oh, look who's interviewing him. Look who's the interviewer. None other than the ass-licking Benny Johnson. You know the Benny Johnson that thought that he was doing all those great jokes in a performance at CPAC? This is who has replaced your real media, your trained media. The likes of the uneducated Benny Johnson, the college dropout Benny Johnson, as opposed to a real media professional. These are who this administration are sitting down with, sycophants who will not ask them obvious questions when they are fed a shovel of bullshit in these answers. So now we understand why there's no pushback.
We're taking care of business. We're going to be out of there soon, and gas prices are going to come back down.
Anyone who knew these bloodthirsty maniacs had no doubt right from the word go about their genocidal intent. Yesterday, Trump took to social media to urge his fans to watch a Fox News broadcast by a notorious racist Israeli slave, Mark Levin. This broadcast was all about Levin making a case for a ground invasion of Iran.
Troops on the ground. He said no troops on the ground. I don't remember that in any campaign speech either. But
You don't remember that in any campaign speech? Why would that be in any campaign speech when "I will not start no new wars" was in the campaign speech? If you are not starting any new wars, why would you have to put "no boots on the ground" in the campaign speech? Make it make sense, Mark Levin. Mark Levin. You are trying to massage these idiots that voted this motherfucker back into office, that it's okay to have boots on the ground. I don't remember that being a campaign promise. Do you remember no more wars being a campaign promise, though? If no more wars was a campaign promise, he don't have to promise not that he wasn't going to put boots on the ground. Boots on the ground for what reason? If there are no new wars. See how they play you guys? See how stupid they think you are, MAGA? MAGA, they think you are this dumb. And I kind of agree with them. But let's continue.
why would we need troops on the ground? Well, there's a lot of reasons, and we wouldn't need 300,000 of them. It's this uranium, too.
Where did this 300,000 come from? Who said that? Where did this? Well, we won't need 300,000 of them. Where'd that number come from? And it's about this uranium too. What uranium? The uranium that was obliterated in the strike that happened in June? You can't be talking about that. Because what does obliterated mean? That means that it is done. It is never to be seen from again. It no longer exists. That's what obliterated means. And you know it and everyone else knows it. But now it's about the uranium. I thought it was about the long range missiles. I thought it was about opening the Strait of Hormuz. Now we're back to the uranium. Your president told you to be sure. Here's the post right here. The live post. Watch Mark Levin interview of a brilliant something. Mark Thiessen tonight at 8 p.m. on Fox News. We'll discuss the importance of hitting Iran hard. President DJT told you to watch this. Why?
We've got to get the uranium. If it cannot be destroyed, if it cannot be altered, we got to get it for the reason I just said.
So, Mark Levin, is this how you are paying back 45, 47 because you had to run to 45, 47 when Megyn Kelly got in your ass and said that you had a micro penis? And 45, 47 came out when you ran to him and said, "Look at what Megyn Kelly said about me." Hold on. You came out and said, "Listen at what Megyn Kelly said about me. She said I had a micro penis." So is this what you had to pay back when Trump came out and said, "Hey, Mark, he's a great guy, and he's a fantastic guy. It may be a little strife between people, but they really don't mean what they say." How would 45, 47 know you don't have a micro peen? Is my question. I'm just asking. But I digress.
You can make dirty bombs, and over time you can still make sophisticated missiles. So you need to get to the...
Oh, so we can make dirty bombs. What was that movie with Clooney and who else? Who else was in that movie? Nicole Kidman. When they had That guy who used to teach his daughter piano. It was in one of those Muslim countries. I can't remember what country it was in, but he used to have her play the piano, and they used to practice every day. And then somebody set off a bomb in their country, and then he went on a vendetta, and they stole a warhead from a train, and all of them was there except for one, and Clooney and Nicole Kidman had to find the warhead before the guy set it off, and he wound up in New York City, and he had the warhead in a backpack, and he went to a Catholic church. Y'all remember what was the name of that movie? With Clooney and Nicole Kidman in. Oh my God. I cannot believe I can't remember the name of that movie, because my husband watched that movie anytime he can't find anything good to watch on TV. Y'all know the movie I'm talking about. So this is the setup. Is that what we're saying? So we should look for any guy who looks like Clooney walking around train stations, and we should be aware, have heightened awareness around train stations, and people who have backpacks who look like a thinner Liam Neeson. Is this the plot? Is this the plot twist that we're talking about, Mark Levine? And Mark Levine, you are a alleged news reporter for Fox News. How would you know any of this? Why would we take? I don't remember any of these facts being presented by Pete Kegbreath or 4547. So why are we to take what you are saying as if it is fact? I haven't seen that weak chin Raising Cane. I haven't heard him present that presentation anywhere. Who the fuck are you? Who are you? Are you serious? If you don't get the entire heck out of my face with this dumb shit.
Uranium. That's why I'm reading in the paper, we're talking about the 82nd Airborne, we're talking about these various special forces and the various military services and so forth. He's not talking about sending regular army and infantry in by the hundreds of thousands. The men he's talking about, the units he's talking about, they are specialized. And you know what else? I remember from my days in the Reagan administration. Many of them are trained for a moment like this to try and secure enriched uranium. Many have been trained for moments like this.
Meanwhile, Israelis on Sunday stopped the Catholics from celebrating Palm Sunday in Jerusalem's holy places. This was the first time in several hundred years when Catholics were brazenly stopped from worshipping at the holy places. This is where things stand now. A tiny group of rogue Jews are now stamping their racial supremacy over the region's native Muslims and now Christians. As expected, this evoked angry reactions from European politicians. Francis Macron registered his outrage. Spanish PM Pedro Sanchez, too, condemned the Israeli action. He wrote, and I quote, Netanyahu has prevented Catholics from celebrating Palm Sunday in Jerusalem's holy places without any explanation, without reasons or motives. From the government of Spain, we condemn this unjustified attack on religious freedom and demand that Israel respect the diversity of beliefs and international law, because without tolerance, coexistence is impossible. End quote.
You think that Israel has been showing any ability to coexist? You think Israel has been showing any tolerance? But now when people can't go to church on Palm Sunday, oh, you finally see it? Because it happened, it affected you. But you didn't see all the genocide that was going on in Palestine. You wrote a strongly worded letter about Palm Sunday. And you think that you are writing this letter to someone who is looking to respect the rights of anyone? Okay. I think before I go any further, oh, the movie is called The Peacemaker. That movie is called The Peacemaker. Who do you guys remember seeing that movie? If you haven't seen that movie, Leonard, if you haven't seen the movie The Peacemaker with George Clooney and Nicole Kidman, watch that movie. This they're gonna have a dirty bomb a story. They are pulling that right out of the movie. The piece. Oh, you have seen it? You said yeah. Okay, you know exactly what because you didn't help me out. Oh, you couldn't think of it either, but you knew probably what I was talking about, but you couldn't remember the name either. Yeah, if anybody haven't seen The Peacemaker, this is what the plot of the next stage of this war and the next rationale of this war is pulled right out of the movie of The Peacemaker. Now, let's move on. This link is in my description box under number 7. No church today. Let's move on. There's a couple of more things I want to. RonyiQ, they stealing it all from a G.I. Joe cartoon, sis. uh, uh, Listen, Leonard, were you there when I played that new rap song Lego meme that Iran released? Did you were you here for that? Let me see. If you were here for that, I won't play it. But if you weren't here for that, I will play it again. Because actually I saw it on his channel is where I got it from. Let me see if I can find that rap song. If you guys are not familiar with Janta, the reporter, go over there and check him out. He does some very, very, very good. I think this is it right here. Let me see if this is it.
End quote. And when the rogue settler colony was rightly facing global
that's
condemnation,
the one I just...
you know who came to its rescue and desperate defense?
Nope, that's
Two
the one
rogue.
Oh! I'm glad I came back to that. Look who defended these good Christian here. This good preacher, Mike Huckabee, who said that it would be okay if Israel took over all of the Muslim states. And this fake Christian Ted Cruz. They said, "Oh, it's okay. It's okay if Netanyahu shut down the Christian churches." That's who said it. That's who.
You know who
okayed
came
it.
to its rescue and desperate defense? Two rogue American. Quote. And when the rogue settler colony was rightly facing global condemnation, you know who came to its rescue and desperate defense? Two rogue Americans who call themselves Christians, Ted Cruz and Mike Huckabee. These are the pathetic scumbags who claim to represent America's Christian population. When would America's Christians say enough is enough and teach these Christians?
So what did
who claim to represent?
And Ambassador Huckabee is correct. This was a mistake by the Israeli police. The security concerns are real, but they should not have prevented the patriarch from entering the Church of the Holy Spectre to conduct the Palm Sunday blessing. I trust this mistake will be corrected quickly. How can you correct a mistake where the church was closed and no one was allowed to worship on Palm Sunday? Quickly is next year. How quickly is 365 days from now? You hope that it should not have been closed. Well, you know it was closed. So how is it going to be quickly corrected? I'm curious. I'm just really curious how this was that what Ted Cruz and Ambassador Mike Huckabee said. Okay.
Present America's Christian population. When would America's Christians say enough is enough and teach the Zionists and their sellout poodles in the Congress and Senate a lesson? I will leave you with this powerful video from Iran. Just see the peak of humanity and sheer bravery combined in one video. These people are facing indiscriminate bombings by the Americans and Israeli terrorists. They have lost their loved ones also and had their properties destroyed.
Okay, I left this link in my video. Let me see what yeah, I played that earlier. You missed that? Let me find it. I played that one earlier. The one with the, I think Leonard was here. You was here for the one with the Statue of Liberty, right, Leonard? I think you were here. Let me find that one right quick. Okay. I'm gonna have to find it in my own videos. One second. Because he does so many videos, and I did share it in one of my own videos. So let me go to my videos and find that. I mean, the song was really a bop. I must admit, the song was a bop. Let me see what day was it on. I left you guys with the song. Hold on. Let me see. Nope, it wasn't this day. 1 second. Let me go back. Maybe it was this day. War crime that he wants to chuckle at and retell this. Oh, she's talking shit. Is it this day? Yes, it's this day. Leonard, you were in here. You were in here, Leonard, when I played this. Do you just want me to play it again? I think you're just trying to get me to play it again. Okay, we're going to play it again. Hold on. Here we go. Let me change my screen, and we're going to play it again. You were in here, Leonard. Okay, here we go. We're going to make our screen larger, and we're going to find the video. Here's the video.
Yeah. I will leave you with another Lego animation video that Iran has just released. Watch and enjoy.
Yeah. You crossed the ocean just to fight the granted. Sacrifice your own boys for a lie. Listen. Yeah. Yeah. Make America great again. Yo, Tails, this shit crazy. Yeah, make America great again now. You will see what happens, yeah. Watch this. Sacred defense, we protecting the soil. While you sacrifice soldiers to pay for your spoil. You first who ran the globe, sitting on your throne. Now we turning every base into a bed of stone. It's a slaughterhouse, a trap you couldn't see. Welcome to the graveyard of your vanity. The secrets are leaking. The pressure is rising. We locked on the target. And now you are hiding. LOSC. Yeah, we spelling at your name. Send them to the slaughter, you the only one to blame. Bleeding for a fucker while you shaking in your sweet. LOSC. Taste the ass of defeat. LOSC. Yeah, we spelling at your name. Send them to the slaughter, you the only one to blame. Bleeding for a fucker while you shaking in your sweet. LOSC. Taste the ass of defeat. Why you fighting in your suit, hiding Epstein's ghost? You sent your boys to die on the bloody coast. Not a revenge for the leader's blood is purely mine. Every drop of his blood is a missile on the line. You thought you took him out. Thought the fire was dead, but another common name is standing ahead. Yeah, you strike one down, we just shatter your brain. We put another in the leg. Common name again. The secrets are leaking. The pressure is rising. We locked on the target. And now you are hiding. LOSC. Yeah, we spelling out your name. Send them to the slaughter, you the only one to blame. Bleeding for a puppet while you shaking in your sweet. LOSC. Taste the ash. LOSC. Yeah, we spelling out your name. Send them to the slaughter, you the only one to blame. Bleeding for a puppet while you shaking in your sweet. LOSC. Taste the ash of defeat. Sacred defense of the homeland. Sacred defense of the homeland. Sacred defense of the homeland. The slaughterhouse is open. Common name cat. LOSC up.
Okay, let's be real clear. You will drown in our blood. You made a grave mistake by choosing to attack us. Among all U.S. presidents, you stand out for making one of the most reckless and misguided decisions. You underestimated the strength, resilience, and unity of our people. History will judge this choice, and it will not be in your favor. No thanks for your attention to this matter. The people of Iran. Now, let's be clear. I don't want any harm to happen on American soil. I don't want any harm to happen to American soldiers because of this farce of a war, or whatever they choose to call it, depending on whatever day they decide to say that we are not in war. Whatever they call this, I don't want any of our service members to lose their life, any more of our service members to lose their life over this. So let's be real clear. I am not cheering on the defeat of our nation. I'm just giving you the information that has been put out here. If you want the link to this video, this link to the video is also in my description box. It's under link number 7 that says "No Church Today." Go over there and check out that page as well. He has a lot of informative videos, a lot of things that you will not see that happens. A lot of the strikes that have gone on that you will not see in our news media. So here's the link to this, what I just played for you. Here you go. Wrong is wrong. I don't support the devil. Wrong is wrong. Exactly. And they were wrong. But I don't want any of our military people to have to pay the cost for them doing what they did, which was wrong. So I think I really think that that's about it. And if you guys haven't watched The Peacemaker, familiarize yourself with The Peacemaker, since this is the story that this administration wants to go with and pretend as if, hey, we are trying to prevent. We're trying to prevent a dirty bomb coming to the U.S. We got to get that uranium. Let me make sure there is nothing else that I wanted to share. Uh, oh, oh. Who haven't seen this? I reported on the paramedics cars who got blown up in England. So it was a Jewish area, and somebody for some they don't know who or how these paramedic vehicles got blown up, and they were used by Jewish paramedics. So when Al Jazeera media company came out to do the story, this is what happened. And there's a follow up. I want you to guess who the main thug is and who he represents.
Go take your briefcase, go take your Al Jazeera equipment and go. No one needs Al
You don't
Jazeera
decide
here.
when
No
I
one
stay,
wants
when I
Al
leave.
Jazeera over here.
You don't decide
No
when I
one
stay,
wants
when I leave.
your people in the office.
So don't
can change
attack
it.
me.
Yes, but your people,
Don't
the people
attack
you
me.
work for, the people
Don't
you work
attack me.
for, the people
Don't
you work.
attack
I don't know
me.
who you
Don't
are.
attack me.
I don't know who you work
Don't
for.
attack me.
I don't know
Don't
about
attack
you,
me.
but I know
You're
what's
an
go.
entity that
Al
has
Jazeera should go
questionable
away.
motives.
Go back to Qatar. What's the score?
You represent an
Now, you see the guy in the gray sweatshirt. He comes in. I have to put on my closed captions because he's going to start speaking another language.
entity that has questionable motives, and by association.
امشي من هون يا حمار.
امشي من هون.
Or you will be moved.
No.
Don't be violent. امشي من هون يا حمار. I'm calm. لا امشي من هون. امشي من هون يا حمار يا كلب. يا كلب روح من هون. روح من هون. لا ما ما تعطي. انا خمر. انت خمر. أنا خمر. I'm walking.
Al Jazeera is not wanted here. Please move on. You're taking fear in the community.
Out of here.
Out of here, Al Jazeera. You're not wanted.
Al Jazeera out. You don't need Al Jazeera over here.
Go home! Go home!
Go home!
Al Jazeera off our street! Al Jazeera off our street! Go home! Go home!
How they came into Israel on October 7th. They came with them.
He wants to go. He knows the reality of the truth. Time to move on.
So are we committing an offence by being here? Are they committing an offence by harassing us when we're trying to work?
You want to go?
They are. No, they are trying to stop us.
They're reporting the news. No, we don't want that. Then you can raise that. You can't stop them reporting the news.
Don't make these guys job harder.
At this point here, just want people to move on. You have an issue, raise it in the appropriate channel. We're doing it here on a day like today. It's in the right place.
The reason we feel threats from Al Jazeera being here.
Al Jazeera being here, we feel threatened. We don't feel safe. The reporting is going to go to potential terrorists. That's what we don't want to see down our streets.
I understand that.
So
and this will be a no place for more. Okay.
So for our safety, please remove them from the street.
You're not going to be removing anyone from the street.
How dare you call me an anti-Semite?
I can't define my own racism. Don't tell me what's racism against me and what's not.
How dare you?
Don't tell me what's racism
Shame
against
on
me.
you.
Shame on Al Jazeera.
After the arson attack on ambulances owned by a Jewish charity in Golders Green on Monday, a group of people confronted an Al Jazeera journalist.
Now you can go. Go take your briefcase, go take your Al Jazeera equipment and go. No one needs Al Jazeera here. No one wants Al Jazeera over here.
You don't decide.
Go back to Qatar.
You represent an entity that has questionable motives and by association.
امشي من هون يا حمار. امشي من هون.
Or you will be moved.
No. Don't be violent. امشي من هون يا حمار. I'm calm. امشي من هون.
Okay. The thing that I need to tell you is the guy in the gray. He is a police officer. Now this police officer has been suspended from his job. Al Jazeera was there just to report on this story. So, this is what they are reporting. Now, the police officers knew that this was a police officer. They did nothing to stop it. Just hey, get away, hey. But now the police officer has been suspended. See that now they have a bigger issue that is going on in England. I wish Z Sarah was here to further explain it to me. Something to the extent that they were no longer allowed to arrest. Excuse me if I'm wrong. I think it was they were no longer allowed to arrest peaceful protesters because they had been arresting old people who were protesting what was going on in Palestine. So a judge. There was a new ruling that they could not arrest these people, but they have been harassing Muslims. It has been reported that they have been still harassing Muslims in England, and that they have still been arresting people who were peacefully protesting Gaza. Saying that the law may change, so they wanted to make sure that they were preceding the law that may change. So that means it's still a criminal offense to support Palestine action. We must enforce the law as it is at the time, not as it might be at a future date. We must do this consistently and without fear. So it's very confusing. Let's see if we can get to it. Let me see.
But at the time, the Met said they wouldn't have a vegetable stance on Palestine. Yesterday, the force announced to say that Robinson is telling the truth and that Israel would justly finish what it started in Gaza, according to Declassified's report. But it's not. Wrote, the shithole is full of inbred Islamist parasites and terrorists. Sofa replied to the Post to say that Robinson is...
So this police officer, he was a supporter of an extremist who said the most disgusting things about the Palestinian people. And this police officer would go behind him and reshare or comment on the post, kind of like your president comments on disgusting, and Elon Musk comment on disgusting posts. So this police officer has a history of following somebody and big upping their ignorance.
Robinson shared a graphic on Twitter that said fuck Palestine and wrote, the shithole is full of inbred Islamist parasites and terrorists. Sofa replied to the Post to say that Robinson is telling the truth and that Israel would justly finish what it started in Gaza, according to Declassified's report. But it's not just a few bad apples at the Met with a questionable stance on Palestine.
The Met is the Metropolitan Police Officers. When she say the Met.
Yesterday, the force announced that it will be continuing to arrest people who express support for Palestine action, even though the High Court has ruled that the ban on the group is unlawful. When making the ruling in February, the court said that the ban would remain in place during the appeals process. But at the time, the Met said they wouldn't make any new arrests. Now, though, they're saying that they've revised their approach from the interim position that they took after the ruling. This is what Assistant Deputy Commissioner James Harmon said about the U-turn. That means it is still a criminal offence to support Palestine action. We must enforce the law as it is at the time, not as it might be at a future date. We must do that consistently and without fear or favour. The campaign group Defend Our Juries, which has organised sustained protests against the ban, was quick to question the logic of this statement, and they said something else. The ban on Palestine action is ruled currently unlawful. Right now, nothing says clear guidance like regularly changing your mind over the unlawful arrests of thousands of peaceful protesters for holding paper signs. The Court of Appeal is set to hear the government's case against the ruling at the end of April, but the Met has said the case could last many months. That means the police force may well have to endure even more damage to its reputation by continuing to arrest elderly people and people with disabilities as they peacefully oppose the ban. Defend Our Juries has already announced a protest in London for next month. And again, Curtis, it just seems...
So arresting the protesters has already been proven wrong, and you can't do it. But since it's on appeal, they said they would not do it while it was on appeal. But now all of a sudden, while it's on appeal, they're going to continue to arrest the protesters. When it has been ruled that they cannot arrest the protesters. So, but they're saying, hey, the ruling may be overturned, so we're going to continue to arrest the protesters. That's the cockamamie story of it all. So all of this hate and this white supremacy, it's not going on just here. It's going on all across the world. When there are more Muslim people than there are Christian people here. And we see that the people who profess to be Christians, in my opinion, on the most part, are anything but godly Christians. Follow anything but the teaching of Christ. So let's be real clear that all of this Christian, cloaking yourself in patriotism and Christianity is nothing but a hoax to run roughshod over everyone else in this nation that you want to point your fingers at and say that they are something that are other than or less than. Okay, so let's be real clear on that. I wanted to share that with you. I'm glad I remember to share that. I had pulled that aside. Mm-hmm. This is him being revealed to be
the arson attack on ambulances owned by a After the arson attack on ambulances owned by a Jewish charity in Golders Green on Monday, a group of people confronted an Al Jazeera journalist.
Now you can go. Go take your brief.
That's him being
from the nation's capital. This is the national
outed as a cop. Now, I almost forgot about this TSA. Why did your president say that he's going to sign an executive order to pay TSA, and TSA should be paid by miraculously today? So if your president could have at all times signed an executive order to pay TSA, why did TSA go two full paychecks without being paid? If that could have been handled by an executive order, and if your president wanted TSA to be paid, why did he tell the Republicans to not vote on a set aside bill that will allow for TSA to be paid individually outside of the rest of the Department of Homeland Security funding that was being held up because they don't want ICE to not be able to wear a face mask. They don't want ICE to not have to show ID. They don't want ICE to not have to have a judicial warrant. And therefore, your president told the House to block the bill and don't allow a bill to come forward that will pay ICE, pay a TSA individually. But what did the Senate do? The Senate said that they were going to take their recess, their 2-week recess. The Senate passed the bill funding the TSA, and they went home. And what did Mike Johnson do? I don't know why Mike Johnson did this on Friday when the Senate passed a bill to pay the TSA agent. Mike Johnson of the Congress of Louisiana, one of the poorest states in the United States, said that he wasn't going to put that bill on the floor so it could be voted on. So Mike Johnson still didn't want the TSA agents to get paid because his Lord and Savior, Donald Trump, told him not to let the bill pass. Now, what did Trump turn around and do? Trump turned around and signed an executive order to pay the TSA agents. So what was all of that posturing that Mike Johnson and the Republican Congress are talking about? Who was that shield, that shrew who always comes out and stands behind Mike Johnson, talking all of that crazy talk? Bitch, you'd be talking all that crazy talk, standing behind Mike Johnson and that tall dude. It's always the same two who come out behind Mike Johnson, talking that dumb bullshit. And Trump gives a fuck about none of it, because if he really gave a fuck, if he signed the executive order this late in the game, he could have signed the executive order at the beginning of the shutdown. So that's what I wanted to say about that. If you are unaware, here we go.
Live from the nation's capital, this is the National News Desk, America's News. Now, good evening, and thank you for joining us. I'm Dee Dee Gatton, and we do begin tonight with breaking news: some financial relief for TSA workers. Weeks without pay, working amid a partial government shutdown. President Trump taking executive action tonight to get them paid. Let's go to Ryan Smith, standing by the live desk with those new details. Ryan.
Yeah, with no deal in place tonight to fund the Department of Homeland Security, President Trump late tonight saying he will now sign an executive order calling for TSA agents to get paid immediately. Trump making that announcement on Truth Social, saying he wants to quickly put an end to this, what we see right here, that chaos at the airports nationwide here. Now, specific details on where that funding will come from, well, they haven't been released just yet. TSA workers.
I was like, because we have a hero syndrome. We are supposed to be so happy that this big hero came through and saved the day, when in fact it was 4547 himself that told Congress to not pass a standalone bill. Now, after the Senate passed a bill, what did Mike Johnson have to say? Here's Mike Johnson.
But we just had a very fruitful, almost 2-hour conference call with all.
Who is this shrill right here? And who is this ignoramus who is always standing behind Mike Johnson, nodding and smiling and looking like pure idiots? That's so the Senate has passed their funding bill for TSA and gone home. Now Mike Johnson is trying to explain to you why he's not going to put it up for a vote, so it can be passed and they can go on about their business.
But we just had a very fruitful, almost 2-hour conference call with all the House Republicans, and we have a united group. Let me just be completely unequivocal and put this out here in the open and in the beginning here.
Well, if you have a united group among the Republicans, you can go ahead and pass the vote because you have the lead in the Senate. There are more Republican senators than Democrats, so I'll put it up for a vote then.
Here to make clear, the Republicans are not going to be any part of any effort to reopen our borders or to stop immigration enforcement. We are going to
TSA is not in charge of borders. What are you talking about, sir?
deport dangerous criminal illegal aliens because it is a basic function of the government. The Democrats fundamentally disagree. The Senate Democrats have hoisted upon this appropriations process their radical, crazy agenda. We call it crazy because that's what it is. They want to reopen the borders, and they want to stop the deportation of dangerous criminal illegal aliens.
That's curious. I thought that they wanted a judicial warrants. I thought that they wanted ICE to wear IDs, body cam, and uncover their faces. I thought that that's what they wanted. I didn't hear anything about reopening the borders. I didn't hear that.
We have to do these basic functions of government. We have to fund them in order to do them. In the last several days, we have recent examples.
Well, I don't hear anything about the funding of the TSA agents, which you can most definitely do. And what are you talking about? We have to fund them. ICE is already funded. ICE was funded in the budget bill. What are you talking about? He's pretending like the Democrats are preventing ICE to be funded. ICE is fully funded and fully operational. The only thing that is not funded while he's talking is the TSA agents. So this lie, that's all they do is lie. Every time they open their mouths, they are lying. ICE is funded. Very well funded on top of it.
We have to fund them in order to do them. In the last several days, we have recent examples of dangerous criminals in this country killing innocent Americans. We had an 18-year-old college student in Chicago, a young lady who was shot in the back by a dangerous criminal who had been released in that sanctuary city and first released at the border under Joe Biden. They opened the border wide for 4 years. Just yesterday, or in the last 36 hours or so, an 83-year-old man.
Now, he can tell you who was in, when this undocumented person was allegedly released, it was under Joe Biden. But he can't tell you nothing about when they're going to pay these TSA agents. What the thing that's not funded, he's talking about all of this shit that has nothing to do with absolutely nothing. As he does what he's told by 4547, only for 4547 to belatedly come in and act as if he's some hero to the man, when he is the reason why a lot of people are probably facing evictions, why a lot of people are probably looking at losing their cars, their homes. A lot of people probably have gone without food, medication. They are playing this like this is a joke. It's not like these people make a lot of money. It's not like this president and this administration has brought down costs for any regular working man. It's not like these people are highly skilled labor that earn good wages.
Pushed onto the subway tracks and run over by a dangerous criminal illegal alien. This has to stop. The Republicans are not going to be a party to this. They have taken hostage the funding processes of government so that they can impose their radical agenda on the American people, and we can't have any part of it. This gambit that was done last night is a joke. I'm quite convinced that it can't be that every Senate Republican.
This gambit that was done last night that he's calling a joke was done by John Thune over the Senate. That's who did this. Now all of a sudden, knowing that the Senate Republicans were the one who put this together, now all of a sudden I know that all the Senate Republicans couldn't have. It's right there, signed in your fucking face, signed by all of the senators. But all of a sudden, you know something different than what is right in front of your fucking face.
Republican read the language of this bill, and I'm going to just read you one excerpt of it because it's pretty alarming, and it says everything that you need to know in Section 4. This is on page 2 of the bill. This is an actual copy of the bill. That excerpt. It says, quote, "The contents printed under the headings of this bill U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement and Border Security Operations under the heading of U.S. Customs and Border Patrol and Protection shall have no force or effect for purposes of this act, and amounts specified in the final bill under the subheading Border Security Operations and under the heading U.S. Customs and Border Protection and under the headings of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement in the Department of Homeland Security shall be zero. We're not doing that. And it is unconscionable to me that the Democrats would force some sort of negotiation at 3 o'clock in the morning and try to hoist this upon the American people and then get on their jets and go home for their holiday and pretend and think that we're going to go along with that. So we're going to do something different. We're going to do the responsible thing. Republicans are going to continue to govern and do the right thing morally, legally, and politically. We're going to take care of those who take care of us. The employees in the Department of Homeland Security have gone without funding and without paychecks for 42 days. It's the second longest shutdown in U.S. history, bested only by the longest shutdown in U.S. history that these same radical Democrats hoisted upon the government in the fall of last year. 42 days they've gone without pay. We've had, by some estimates, close to 500 TSA agents who have resigned from their jobs, and who could blame them? They've gone half the fiscal year without a regular paycheck. We can't ask them.
Okay, being aware of all of that, he did not put the bill up for a vote. That bill would have been able to pass. Let's move on. That link will be. I no need to even put this link in my repertoire. Let me go on and show you the actual truth, because you can't tell some people the simple truth. They want to fight with you instead of fight with a book, instead of fight with real information. Let me for those of you who want to stop to fight, hold on. Let me share this with you. Here we go.
Senator Cruz and I came up with a plan. We said, look, it's a two-step process. The Democrats have offered to open up everything but ICE. Ted and I said, okay, let's accept their offer. And then at the same time, we would offer a bill for reconciliation where we don't need any Democratic votes to do whatever we wanted to do with ICE. And that way we're out of the shutdown and DHS is back open. We submitted that. Senator Thune submitted that to President Trump, as is his right. He said no deals with the Democrats. It would have worked. We could have had TSA paid by the end of the week, but the president said no deal. Senator Cruz and I came up with a plan. We said, look, it's a two-step process. The Democrats have offered to open up everything but ICE. Ted and I said, okay, let's accept their offer. And then at the same time, we would offer a bill for reconciliation where we don't.
You can't be the villain and the savior at the same time. I did put both of these links in my description box. These links are in my description box as link number 8, Pay the People. Just in case you want to peruse these links on your own. They are in the description box, okay? I just really can't stand putting much of Mike Johnson in or around any box I have, description or not. I'm sure you guys will understand that. Let me make sure there's nothing else I wanted to share with you on today. Okay. I think that's it. I really think that's it. Oh, I do want to. IDSF is on the verge of collapse. If you didn't see the first video I shared with you, they talk about how. Here, let's just hear this. They talk about how the IDF have a limited amount of munitions that they are going to be able to use, and that they are running out of the missiles that shoot down the warheads that shoot down missiles, and that they are in a tight spot for missiles. While it is estimated that Iran is sitting on over 10,000 missiles that they can continue to strike Israel with. Now, Israel is actually feeling all of these strikes now. They are at a point where Israel is definitely feeling these strikes. So go over there and I would go over here and I would check out, what is the name of his what is the name of his other site? Oh, I can't remember. Let's get into this. Now he's in front of the UN Council. Oh, I thought I was sharing it with you. I apologize. I'm not even sharing it with you. I was like, wait a minute, something's weird here. What's weird is you weren't sharing it. I apologize. Let's get into this. Okay.
The threats.
Iran stands today amid the throes of an illegal war imposed by two bullying nuclear-armed regimes, the United States and Israel. This war of aggression is blatantly unjustified and brutal. They initiated this aggression on 28 February, while Iran and the United States were engaged in a diplomatic process to resolve Americans' alleged concerns over Iran's nuclear program. They betrayed diplomacy for a second time in the course of 9 months by torpedoing the negotiating table. Among the most harrowing manifestations of this aggression was the calculated, phased assault on Shajarat Tayyebe Elementary School in the city of Minab, south of Iran, where more than 175 students and teachers were slaughtered in cold blood. This barbaric attack is but the visible tip of a far bigger iceberg, one that conceals beneath its surface far graver catastrophes, namely the normalization of the most abhorrent violations of human rights and humanitarian law, and the audacity to commit atrocity crimes with impunity. Mr. President, at a time when the American-Israeli aggressors, in their own assertions, possess the most advanced technologies and the highest precision military and data systems, no one can believe that the attack on the school was anything other than deliberate and
intentional. Targeting Shajara Tayyib school was a war crime and a crime against humanity, one that demands unequivocal condemnation by all and unambiguous accountability for the culprits. This atrocity cannot be justified, cannot be concealed, and must not be met with silence and indifference. The attack on Shajara Tayyib school in Minab was not a mere incident nor a miscalculation. The United States' contradictory remarks aimed at justifying their crime could not, in any manner, elude their responsibility. To denounce such a merciless assault on a place inherently civilian, a place where the most innocents reside and pursue knowledge, is not merely a legal obligation under human rights frameworks. It is a moral and human imperative. Our conscience will judge us more profoundly than any tribunal ever could. Distinguished delegates, Shajara Tayyib Elementary School has not been the only casualty of American-Israeli atrocity crimes during the past 27 days of their illegal war. Human rights and international humanitarian law have been massively and systematically violated by the invaders in an unprecedentedly brutal manner. They are targeting civilians and civilian infrastructures with no regard for laws of war and basic principles of humanity and civility. More than 600 schools have been demolished or damaged across Iran, and more than 1,000 students and teachers martyred or wounded as the result. The aggressors, who are arrogantly shouting, "No mercy, no quarters," and threatening to strike Iran's vital infrastructure, have been attacking hospitals, ambulances, health workers, Red Crescent rescuers, refineries, water sources, and residential areas.
No mercy, no quarters. That is definitely a military crime. That is a crime, and that is what your Department of Defense or Department of War, Pete Kegbreath, got up and said in front of a room of reporters and cameras that he will show them no mercy and no quarters. So let's be real clear. He is speaking the facts that came out of the mouth of the person who 47 put over this war. And let me be real clear with this Richard 26, eat a dick, bitch. Okay, let's continue.
War crime and crime against humanity are not sufficiently describing the gravity of the atrocities they are committing. The aggressors' targeting pattern, accompanied by their rhetoric, leave little doubt as to their clear intent to commit genocide. Distinguished colleagues, this unjust war of whims by the United States and Israel against the noble nation of Iran is the direct result of silence in the face of earlier manifestations of lawlessness and atrocity in occupied Palestine, Lebanon, and elsewhere. Indifference and silence in the face of injustices would bring no security and peace. It would invite more insecurity and right violations. The United Nations and the core values it embodies, as well as the overall human rights framework, are at serious stake. You all need to call out the aggressors and let them know that the community of states, the human collective conscience, hold them accountable for the abhorrent crimes they are committing against Iranians. Iran has never sought war. Iranians are a peaceful, noble nation inheriting one of the richest civilizations on earth. Yet, they have demonstrated absolute resolve and determination to defend themselves against the brutal aggressors who know no boundary in perpetrating all sorts of crimes. A defense that shall persist as long as needed.
Watch this U.S. Marine veteran share his analysis with Tucker Carlson.
The problem with taking Karg Island is twofold. One, that it lies a long way on the other side of the Straits of Hormuz, where we have no ships. We have no logistical capabilities. It is closer to Kuwait than it is where our current troops are located or Marines are located. There's another place, which is called Kashem, which is located literally right in the middle of the Straits of Hormuz. But that is a 600 or so square mile island that is effectively in a U in the strait. If I was going to try and reopen the Straits of Hormuz and, I'm not some grand tactician, I would think that's a pretty good spot to go. Which also means your opponent knows exactly that. That being said, is there the potential for us to land troops in either one of those places? Yes. Could we do a contested landing into those areas? Possibly. There would be casualties in my assessment. But speaking to Karg first, if you drop a bunch of guys into Karg, which is I believe 8 square miles, it's a small spot, you are assuming that they can hang out there and shut down the Iranian oil exports without receiving any kind of counterfire. You're banking on the Iranians deciding not to destroy their own infrastructure when you've already signaled to them that this is an existential fight. So to me, that makes no sense.
It seems the entire US administration is run by a bunch of morons and drug addicts who have no idea what they're doing. Yesterday, Trump's deputy, J.D. Vance, claimed that Iranians were sending suicide bombers to the US wearing vests that had nuclear bombs hidden inside them. Have you seen any?
No, isn't that curious? After on Friday, your president told you to watch Mark Levine, and then now here J.D. Vance is on Sunday. I believe it was a Sunday show with that YouTuber Benny Johnson talking about suicide vests. Isn't that peculiar?
Bigger lunacy than this. And these are the clowns who the Americans have given the control of their nuclear arsenal to.
When I say options, I think it's important that American people know options for what.
This was at the fake cabinet meeting. I thought that this was at the interview. At the cabinet meeting. Isn't it strange that Mark Levine and J.D. Vance are on the same page? This is the newest story that is being trotted out. And if you were at work or doing the cabinet meeting, 4547 wanted to make sure that you watch Mark Levine on Fox News on Friday night so you could get the gist about the suicide vest from Mark Levine. Let's continue.
And it's options to ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. You talk about people who walk into a crowded supermarket and have a vest on, and they blow up the vest and a couple of people get killed, and that's a terrible tragedy. What happens when what's on the vest is not something that can kill a couple of people, but can kill many, many tens of thousands of people? That is the most important American national security objective that exists for any administration at any time, is you don't want the worst people in the world to have a nuclear weapon. That's why the president is doing this. That's why the president cares so much about this particular issue.
Elsewhere, the Israeli terrorist outfit, the IDF, has made a stunning admission of their defeat against the Iranians. For the first time in history, the Israelis are publicly accepting their weakness and potential defeat against a country. They were so used to bombing and killing helpless Palestinians that they thought they could replicate their barbarity against the Iranians. But they miscalculated the tactfulness of the proud Persian race. You only have to read what the settler colony's leader of opposition, Yair Lapid, wrote on Twitter. He's the same guy who cheered, who celebrated the bombing of Tehran and the assassination of Iranian leaders and brutal massacre of Iranian school children in Minab. Today, his tone has changed after learning about the warning from the IDF chief, Eyal Zamir. He wrote, and I quote, "On the eve of Passover, I want to warn the citizens of Israel. We are facing another security disaster. For 13 years, I have been a member of Israel's security cabinets and the most sensitive security forums. As Prime Minister, Foreign Minister, Finance Minister, member of the Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee. In all those 13 years, I don't recall a warning as grave as the one issued last night by the Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir, to the political security cabinet. Anyone who heard him yesterday will not be able to say, I didn't know. I'm raising 10 red flags. The chief of staff said, the IDF is on the verge of collapse. End quote. The problem is that Western media outlets have been quick to parrot the insane claims made by criminals Trump and Netanyahu. These propaganda outlets are still busy repeating their fake claims about having degraded Iranian military capabilities. And yet,
the facts are not permeating in this administration. I am going to drop this link here.
Despite Donald Trump's repeated claims to have won the war against Iran, two developments have further established.
I'm going to drop this link in my description box. It will be, since you think you know the news, since you think that none of this is important to you. Now, since the other thing you may want to alert yourself to, this is number 9, the final link in my description box. The other thing that you may want to concern yourself with, if you are unconcerned about any of this, if you don't think that any of this affects you and how you live your life, there are cautions, precautions, fears, theories. There is talk that if things get much worse, it is possible that a nuclear weapon will be used to get out of this situation that people have voluntarily put themselves in. If you don't think that matters to you, hey, it just doesn't matter to you. I'm just here to give you the information. But we know who will be all right. I reported to you who was going to be all right over 2 years ago when I told you about all of the billionaires who were building their bunkers. So with that, thank you for being here. Hit the like button. I appreciate your support. I appreciate all of your support. And I'll be back to give you more news that you can or cannot use. But I will be back here giving it to you. All right. I hope you have a great remainder of your day. All right. Bye-bye.